if she's on the line right now. I don't. She's not on the line right now, but she's indicated previously to the board's victims specialist that she may listen if her day allows her to do so. And then also on the line are some observers and some staff from the board to make sure that we don't have any further technical problems and to keep us on the record. So this is the time set for your murder review hearing. The board has the authority and jurisdiction to hold a hearing on the issue pursuant to ORS 163105 sub 2. The sole issue to be considered shall be whether you're likely to be rehabilitated within a reasonable period of time. You have the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence the likelihood of rehabilitation within a reasonable period of time. This is not a release hearing, and the board will not be determining whether to release you on parole. And the hearing will be conducted in the manner prescribed by ORS 163105. After the completion of today's hearing, the board will issue a written order, which will be sent to you, and this usually takes between 30 and 60 days. So in terms of our record and the exhibits that the board will be relying on in this hearing, and we have, as I mentioned, the 208-page packet, and then the board also has received materials submitted by you and your attorney, which is 33 pages, including your submission from the 2022 hearing and an updated memo. Are there any additional exhibits that Ms. Hill, that you're offering or your client are offering?
No, not this morning.
All right. And are there any objections to the exhibits that I just mentioned?
Not from me.
All right. So those exhibits will be received and will be considered by the board at the conclusion of the hearing as part of our deliberation process. There are no confidential documents that have been received by the board in this hearing, meaning that whatever you have, sir, is the same material that the board has. So before I swear in Misai, are there any preliminary matters that you wish to raise, Ms. Hill?
No.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. So then, as I understand it, sir, are the only person who'll be testifying today in this matter, I'm going to ask you if you're able to raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Thank you. Do you solemnly and truly swear or affirm that the testimony you provide in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Very well. Thank you. You can put your hand down. And at this time, we'll have our opening statement, and I'll let you proceed, Ms. Hill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reese. McSai actually has an opening statement that he'd like to give, so I'm going to pass it off to you, McSai, whenever you're ready.
I just want to tell the people, one person is a scared, lost young boy who took the life of John Bush as a result of untransformed trauma and drug addiction, now alcohol addiction. And the other person is a restored man who wants to honor the life of John Bush, but helping others. And contribute to society. And I want to tell them before I do so, I want to let the board know that I take full responsibility for my actions that led to the life and death of John Bush. And on the day of her death, I know that my decision set off a chain of events that ultimately led to the death of John Bush. I am able now to fully admit and come to terms with how my action led to the the death of John Bush. In the past, I had no true remorse or understanding the depth of pain and sorrow that have caused to the Bush's family. My participation in her death took away a wife, mother, and a daughter and a community member, all of whom were left with a deep hole in their heart for those that loved her and knew her. I had no idea that the trauma and the pain of my life caused so much pain and trauma to those that knew her and the community member of Portland. In the past, I have no true remorse of understanding the depth of the pain and suffering and sorrow that I caused to the death, to the family of John Bush. And I realized that it was the pain and trauma in my life that caused so much pain and trauma to those that knew her and loved her. Most of my years, I was totally self-absorbed, lack of self-worth, and value, and I'm motivated that I didn't know that how precious the life of John Bush was, and I didn't know how good my life was and could be. And I recognized that it was the pain and the trauma of my childhood that left me blinded to the value of loving others and myself included. And to realize that, hurt people. And deep down inside, all through my life, I was hurting. I just didn't know how to ask for help. And through the past couple of years, that's what I've been doing, is self-internalized self-bias shit and asking people that I'm struggling with a lot of things and a lot of areas in my life, with anger, self-worth, and addiction. And I failed to recognize the very fact that it was in my life that would keep me sober and thriving. I also lacked the vital aspect of having a purpose in my life, the values, and the principles. And come to closure that the only thing, by putting in the hard work for restoration and making an amend to all those people that I've hurt through the years. Today I stand before you having done that very work for so many years that I avoided, despite the pain and the suffering that I experienced as part of my healing process from my childhood trauma, addiction, and lack of self-worth. Today I have all the motivation I needed to be able to live a life of big purpose and meanings. Only through the grace of God, the endless effort of putting in this work, and the spirit of never giving up, hope that one day will lead me home so I can be of service to my community instead of being a burden to my community. Because I've been a leech to my community for so long, not just out there in society, but in here too. I've been, an angry individual. So in here, I also hurt a lot of people in the process. And today I stand before you as not just a restored man, but a man who wants to live his life with purpose and meaning, and making contribute to society, being a taxpaying members and law-abiding citizen, and a productive member of society as I move forward today on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mixai. So we're going to go into direct. So just if you need a minute, let me know. But are you good to start questioning?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, okay. So as you sort of just talked about, and as we detailed in your memorandum, you experienced and witnessed a lot of violence, substance abuse, and other traumatic events growing up. Can you talk about how that shaped you?
the world that I've experienced has always been full of violence. Even when I was a kid, growing up in a refugee camp when I was at 6 years old, to be rooted from the people I thought was my family at that time, which actually was not my family, was my relatives, and the people that consider my biological parents have never met before for 6 years of my life. And to be rerouted to and living in a refugee camp for 4 years of my life, where I was exposed to a lot of violence, a lot of abuse from my dad and from the officers that's patrolling the compound. And during that time in the process, I'm still a kid. And I didn't know how to cope with all those traumas, with the death that surrounded me, with the death of my friend. You know, when he got shot, when he's only like 7 years old, and I asked for help, and there was no adult to be seen. And they was worrying about what they got going on and during the riot. I have a defense mechanism going up that I couldn't trust any more adult figures or authority figures because they weren't there for me. And I needed help. When I cried for help, it was hard for me to put my trust in authority figure. In that moment, for me, it was traumatic. It's having my friend's blood over me and asking my family to help me, and the only thing they ever did was go clean yourself up. You didn't see none ever happen. But how can you tell a child not to remember those things? So
Yeah.
even today, I still having a hard time dealing with trusting people, even people in authority. But today I'm learning, so I'm learning again how to trust again. And it's starting by asking for help. Help me deal with my angers, my trauma, my addiction. When it comes to alcohol addiction, you use alcohol and drugs to numb everything in my life. But it's the only way I know how to cope. And I realize that I do have a lot of things that I need to work on. And I'm not perfect. But also a man that I also have a purpose too. And that's what I'm trying to do today, is make amends to honor the life of John Bosch by helping others, giving back, and making contribute to society. But I know what I did was wrong, and I take full responsibility for my actions. So what I've done was cold-hearted, pointless, and senseless.
Yeah.
I had no regards, and I'm more many times in my life, I had no regards for anybody. I didn't have no values for those that's around me. I have no values for myself. Good.
So I'm excited. Before we get into Mrs. Borsch's murder. I do want to ask you one more question, but do you need a minute? I know it's a lot.
Yeah, I need a minute.
Okay, you take a minute. Do you need tissue?
I'm all right.
Okay, okay. You kind of let me know when you're ready. I know it's a lot.
I'm ready.
Okay. So you had just said that sort of as a young person, you didn't have any values. So in addition to that, kind of leading up to Mrs. Borsch's murder, what was your life like?
It was trouble. I had a hard life. So
Yeah.
the only thing I ever known before that and during the incident and after the incident is I was involving myself around gangs.
Mhm.
There's people that I grew up with, including my siblings. Before, I mean, the decision I made that led to John's death, that's all I ever known was living that life, that criminal behaviors, criminal thinkings, drug and alcohol addiction. Because I didn't have good uh, stable home. Yeah. My dad's always been here and there, abusive. But my mom and my siblings, home was not even a safe place for me. So I moved to California, been running away from my dad just to get away from him. The only people that I've known was my relatives, the kids that's growing up in my neighborhood who engage in those the gang lifestyles and criminal behaviors, stealing small stuff, from stores, and stealing car stereos, stealing cars. Those were normal for a kid like me growing up.
And so who came up with the plan to rob Miss Borish?
It was Danny.
And what was the plan?
Danny knew the resident and the victim's daughter, Jones Borges' daughter, and he came up with and I was staying with Benita at that time. Benita, he's the older fellow that I looked up to, and he was involved in a lot of gang activities and a lot of bigger criminals, like robberies and things of that nature. And I looked up to him because he's older than me and being stuck in that life. Somebody that I model after. When I was staying in his house, Danny and Roberto came over because I don't know them before that day. Only people that I know was Sapuntaval, who I was another gang member that I hang around with when I moved to Portland, Oregon. And he's a friend of Danny. And Danny introduced us. Danny knew Sam, and Sam introduced me to Danny and Roberto. And they had a plan about robbing John Borges' resident. And at that time, I was desperate for money. And I made a decision to go along. And in that decision, still regret it to today.
Yeah. Did you have a gun with you that night?
Yes,
Why?
because most of my life, being involved in a gang culture, I always had guns. I always carried guns with me. When I even go to school, I always have guns. From middle school all the way to high school in California.
Mm-hmm.
So guns has always been a part of me.
Can you describe what happened when Miss Borish answered the door?
And when me and Sam went up to the front door, we knocked, and John Borish opened the door. When Borish opened the door, me and Sam, we forced our way into the house and pushing her into the kitchen area. And that means we turned on the light to signal for Danny to come in. And by that time, I had a gun pointing at John Borish, but she's still face down. When Danny came in and he told Sam to run through each room to look for the money, to ransack the rooms in every room there is in the house. And when they came back, they was furious, mad, but they didn't find anything. No monetary values in it. And when they became angry, mad, and furious, they started kicking and punching John Borish. And I stood there with a gun pointing at her, and I didn't do nothing. And that's part of me, like, I wish I could have done something. But I made a decision at that moment that I didn't want to help her.
Why not?
And
Oh, sorry. If you need to finish your thought, feel free, but
well,
just
the
why?
reason why is maybe is this: I had no. The only thing that came to my mind is about the money. It's never been about her health, safety, or well-being at that moment. So my health safety will never came across my mind. In that moment, I didn't even value her life. The only thing I cared was about it was the money. When they were assaulting her, and I still didn't do nothing. I heard her cry about, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. And I didn't do nothing. I just stand there with my gun pointing at her. And they told her to get up, and they led her to the basement, right, the sewing room. And Danny ordered her to open the safe. And once she opened the safe up, Danny tried to reach in for the content in the safe. That's when she jumped in behind his back. And that's when I made a conscious decision and with the intention to kill her.
So I'd like to unpack that a little bit, because in your last hearing, that was kind of the first time that you had said that you intended to shoot Miss Borish. And again, you're stating that you intended to shoot her. Why? Why did you intend to shoot her?
Because I was angry. I was furious. Not directly at her, but at this whole situation and the events that unfolded. In that moment in time, I didn't have the tools and the skills to regulate my emotions, to work through my emotions. I didn't have those tools. The only thing I ever known at that moment in time in my life was every conflict, every situation, I automatically turned to violence. Because everything I've done is based on violence.
Did you have the capacity to feel compassion for Miss Borish at any point in the evening?
No. At that moment in time, I had no regards for her life. I had no regards for mine. I had no values for other people. I have no values for myself included.
What do you think she was thinking and even feeling, if you can even imagine, while you all were in her home, while you pointed a gun at her? What do you think that she was thinking and feeling?
As far as scared for her life, which is now I realize is understandable. I also understand that she also feared for her life at that moment, and that's the reason why she jumped on Danny's back, just to defend herself. And when I look at that now, I can see why she did what she did. Because if I was in her shoes, I would have done the same. You know, trying to defend myself.
And so again, as I mentioned, you know, I think you have a little bit of a deeper insight into your actions today than you did 2 years ago. Can you talk about kind of why it's taken you so long to really take full responsibility and accountability for your actions in murdering Miss Borish? Essentially, that this was an intentional murder.
Yeah, today I fully come to understanding that I am responsible for every decision I made, every choice I made that led up to me taking John Bush's life. When I shot her with intent to kill her that day. And it took me a long time to realize what I've done. Because before the incident for me that led me to taking her life, I struggled. I struggled with dealing with my emotion, how I express my feelings. And I struggled with the gang life. I was stuck. I was knee deep to that lifestyle. And even when I first began my incarceration, I didn't have the tools to regulate my emotions. I didn't have the tools to identify what I'm feeling. Yeah, yes, I struggle a lot with my angers and my addiction through the years. And the only thing I ever known was when in the face of conflict, I always automatically turn to violence. And by recognizing that, you know, how I express my anger and my emotions is unacceptable. And after the incident when I hurt Stacy Brown in 2005, I think for me it was a breaking point. And while sitting in the whole IMU and that after inflicting so much pain and suffering towards Mr. Stacy Brown, I finally realized that I need help. I don't want to continue hurting people anymore because I was hurting inside. And I realized for the first time in my life that I can't continue doing this. Can't continue struggling with myself. That's, for me, it was the breaking point in my life where I come to realization that I really do need help. How to deal with my anger, how to able to express my feelings and my emotions. In the past, I wasn't able to, because then I didn't have the tools or the skills to move forward in my emotions and feelings.
Thank you, Mixai. And again, I do want to just sort of make sure we sort of kind of again unpack this, and again we're going to talk about your attack on AIC Brown in a minute. But even within the past 2 years, it seems like you've really thought about your actions and gained additional insight. Is there anything really within the past 2 years that has sort of helped you come to taking full responsibility for killing Miss Borish?
Can you repeat that question again?
Sure. It was a little long-winded, as my questions tend to be. But essentially, I just want to ask if there was anything within the past 2 years since the board last saw you that has helped you gain additional insight into your actions.
In the past 2 years, there's ever since I talked to my counselor and again, after the 2019 incident, I really sat down and really take a deeper dive into myself and get into the root of my problems. And she helped me dealing with that. She helped me to finally get to the root of my trauma and my addiction. And it wasn't easy for me because it was hard for me to come out of my shell and able to say how I feel. And sometimes she tells me that if I don't say how I feel, then you're not helping yourself. You're hurting yourself. And for that moment, for me, it's like, oh, because I don't want to hurt other people's feelings. If I say something that's wrong, then if people get their feelings hurt, I feel bad. But for her to say, if you don't say the things that you feel, you're only hurting yourself in the long run. And for me, that was hard because all my life I was uncomfortable with saying how I feel. Because most of my years, I've always been suppressing my feelings and my emotions, no matter through alcohol, through drugs, or self-isolation. And for her to help to guide me to able to take responsibility. And what does that look like? Being responsible. And that's for the first time in my life I realized, I am everything that I've done, every decision and choice I made through my life, that it was mine. This is my choice. Not the circumstances, not how I grew up, not how my environment looks like. That I have a choice. And every decision I make is my choice alone. And yeah, it was hard for me to see that. Right? Because for so long, I just been running from responsibilities. And for the first time, I began to see what responsibility, being accountable, being remorseful, being responsible for everything that you do. Like every choice, every decision that you make, you are responsible for your life. And with the staff, I reached out to them too, and I struggled. And they sat down with me like, hey, you don't like you. Through your track record, you can't trust you. And I said, that's understandable. But give me a chance. Help me. Help me into the areas that I need help on. And it was hard on me. They didn't want me part of the resource team. And I get it. Through my track record, who can blame them? And with the resource team that I allowed to work myself through and earn their trust. And in the past, most of my life, I didn't trust authority figures. It was always been us against them, right? In here, in this environment. And for me to step out my comfort zone and say, I'm willing to put my trust in people that's in authority figure, wearing badges, willing to trust those that's my counselors. And that has been the biggest change in my life. They gave me an opportunity to work in an infirmary, helping people that's sick and dying, and during COVID. It was hard on me too, because it was something new in my life that I've never experienced before.
Thank you. Sorry.
And I struggled.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Gotcha. Thank you. So, Mixai, you've also talked a lot about how you're remorseful for your actions. I just want to ask you one final question on this topic. How do you show your remorse?
I mean, remorseful means is having a sense of responsibility for the choice I made that caused harm to others, and having the ability to take accountability for my actions, and understand that I have caused so much pain and suffering to those that I've hurt, especially the Borges family. They don't deserve that kind of trauma in their life. Especially the daughter, when she was talking about how she struggled with the gang, overcome her gang life and drugs and addiction. She has to go to AA. And when hearing that, I felt that it was my fault. Yeah, I blame myself for what she had to go through. Because I don't know what remorse is, so that's the only thing I know is that it was my fault, that what she had to go through.
Thank you, Mixai. Do you need a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's hard. Take all the time you need.
It's hard for me to reflect back and see the damage that I caused to so many lives. For so many years, I've carried that burden, that guilt, that shame. I don't, in here, I don't really talk about it to a lot of people because I don't want people to judge me or feel like I'm weak.
Yeah, I understand that, and I just want to say that showing emotion is never weak. I think vulnerability shows some strength, and so I just hope that you take that with you. I know that you've shared that with me as well, but I get that this is difficult. So I want to move on to two DRs. I first want to talk about, and you had mentioned your attack on Mr. Brown. So I kind of just want to ask, why did you attack him?
It's in prison we have this false narrative and false belief that individual who committed a crime against women or especially children are lesser than, looked on as lesser than. And I believe that because in this environment, it was normal, to treat people with that kind of crime as lesser than. And I've learned through the years while I was in prison, at the beginning stage of my imprisonment, and that's how we should conduct ourselves. And I realized today that it was a false narrative, a false belief that this prison has, have been going on for so many years. It's still going on to today. This is unfortunate. And when I attacked Stacey Brown, because of that belief that I've learned, when I saw that, his case was on TV, on A&E's channel, and it triggered something inside me. It triggered anger. He said, I thought to myself, how could somebody do that to a child? And I made a conscious decision right then and there to assault him. For that reason alone. And now today I realize what that decision I made was wrong on my part. Who am I to judge another man when I'm sitting here for doing the same thing, right? I committed one of the most heinous crimes against humanity. And who am I to pass judgment down to somebody else? And today I don't have that corrupt narrative anymore. I treat people, I love people the way I want to be treated. I value others' lives, I value mine. And it's a sad situation because those type of belief system still exists today in our prison. And those young kids that comes in, they are fed with that belief. And they end up hurting other people in the process too. And I see that. And I want to help this young kid to, hey, you don't do that. Don't hurt other people because of what your environment tells you. This is how you should conduct yourself. It's a false belief, it's a false narrative. You have no right to hurt other people.
Good. So you had talked about this was kind of a turning point for you, where you first reached out to staff. Can you talk a little bit about that decision and kind of what that led to?
Like I told you before, that I have no trust in staff members for so long. Even out on the street, no authority figure, I had no trust. But for me, the changing point in my life was Lieutenant Harris, right? During when COVID was full blown at that time. And I had a friend that works in the infirmary that moment. He asked me, I need help. I don't have a lot of workers. And it's like, I refused because I don't want to be involved in those type of suffering. But he was adamant, no, about me going and work with him. And finally I gave in. But staff did not want to vouch for him. Superintendent, assistant superintendent, Woodland, nobody put their trust in somebody like me with a criminal track record. And Lieutenant Harris was the only person that believed in me. He gave me an opportunity. He said, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to stick my neck out for you. I don't want to say the word because it's a cuss word. So he told me, don't, and me over. I said, I won't. I promise I won't. And I meant to start working with the hospice. And that's for the first time in my life that I realized there's a lot of suffering here, and I was the main cause of it too. I look at myself in the mirror and it's like, I hurt so many people in my life. And I was cause of all this pain and suffering. I've hurt so many people. And being in the infirmary, helping guys that needed care, that needed, bathing and wiping, cleaning, and opened my eyes to a different perspective. This for the first time in my life, I was like, I need change. I need guidance. I need something. And sometimes the patients, they taught me life lessons that I never knew. That never take nothing for granted in life. Life is short. And just love others, and so you can learn how to love yourself. And that's when in 2021, my dad passed away. And I haven't even talked to him for almost most of my life, 30-some years of my life. I didn't even say one word to that man because I hated him. There was a lot of resentment. There's a lot of pain and suffering that I couldn't let go most of my life. And able to talk, when I heard his voice over the phone, and I called my sister, and my sister told me, hey, your dad's here, and he can't talk because he has a stroke. And it opened so much emotions, floodgate of emotions that I don't like. Guilt, shame, anger, the resentment that I had toward this man all my life. In that moment, I want to say all those things, those hateful things towards him, but I couldn't. The only thing I could say on the phone was love him. And I forgave him all the things that he done. And also I learned in that moment that I also forgive myself too, so I can heal, so I can learn and grow as a person. If I wasn't surround myself with caring for others in the infirmary, would I be able to tell them I love them? I don't know. I don't know if I could, but being down there changed my life. Um, Caring for those that need caring, those that's sick and dying, changed me to who I am today. First time I able to help others and give back, and also a reminder that every day I want to honor John Borges' life and their family and the community. I don't complain. I know it's hard work, but I do it for them, and I do it for myself too, so I can be a better person going forward.
Thank you. Since we're on the topic, you shared with me a story about your hospice work, about one of your patients who you had a physical altercation with. I believe his name was Mr. Boatwright, another AIC, who in turn became again one of your patients. Can you talk about kind of what it was to work with him and kind of how you were able to put your differences aside to help him?
Me and James Boatwright, through the years, we have never got along. He's not a gang member. He's an African American. We had like maybe 2 or 3 altercations, which is not on record. I can say we got in a fight in the unit a couple times. We really much don't talk to each other. We been on a separate way. In 2022, when I was working in infirmary, he came to the infirmary as one of our patients, and I didn't know at that time what he was dealing with. He was going through cancer treatments, and he told one of my coworkers, "Is me size are we gonna have problems?" And I told my coworkers that no, he's my patient. I'm gonna take care of him, no matter, despite our differences, in spite of our struggles and our conflicts through the years. He's my patient, and I'm gonna take care of him with the same level of care that I provide every patient in the infirmary. I went in the room and talked to Mr. Boatwright, just to let him know how I feel. And I apologized to him that my actions towards him and his actions towards me was inappropriate towards each other. And I just let him know that I'm going to take care of him while he's going through his treatment, and I hope that he will make it through his chemotherapies of that nature. But unfortunately, that after 6 months gone by, and he couldn't, you know, his cancer was going through all his body, and treatment didn't work. It was too rapid. It's too fast. And he told me he had about maybe 2 weeks left to live. And I told him that, I'm going to be here for him, that he's not going to die alone. Then he passed away. I stood by his side all the way through. And sometimes I look back at it, I feel bad for what I've done. My behaviors and not just him too, but other people too that I've fought with in the past. And for me, I'm ashamed of those things. And it comes to realization that I hurt so many people in my life. People that's around me, can't do it no more. I can't continue doing this. I told myself that I need to change how I treat people, change how I treat myself. And it was hard to come to realization the workbook, the pain and suffering you cause to people that's around me. Still think about it today. Like I have, and I feel sad or depressed. I have a counselor I can always talk to, my VHS counselors and captains and lieutenants that's now in my corner today. They're really supportive of me, of my transformation. But I also know that they hold me to a different level of standards today. But that, standards, responsibilities that I don't take for granted. Becoming responsibilities I realize it's an honor and privilege for them to even put their trust in me. Somebody who has been a pain in the neck for so many years. And I get to show them who I really am as a person.
Yeah, of course. So McSab, we're going to talk a bit more about that, particularly your time on the resource team in a minute. But I do want to jump back. I know we've kind of jumped back and forth. But I do want to jump back and talk about the 2019 DR for unauthorized organization. And I want to make sure that we unpack this because I know that there was some confusion during your last hearing. So I just want to make sure that there's no confusion. If the board has questions, I'm sure they'll ask, but I just want to make sure that we unpack this and provide some clarity. So in 2019, you received a DR for unauthorized organization. Prior to that, you had amassed, I think it was like 10 years of clean conduct. You were definitely on a different path. Can you talk a bit about that DR in particular and sort of the events surrounding it?
At that time, I was a Gogi coach. At that time, And Gogi, I met Coach Taylor in 2017, and that's when I've been doing the materials with her. She told me that, you know, in spite of what you've done in life, get you here. You can be of service to your community. And for the first time, I realized in that moment what being of service to my community looks like. And I latched on to that. It's what I want. I want to be of service to my community. And I made a commitment to Gogi. It's a lifetime commitment till today. I still have finally I got my Boss of My Brain bracelets. It's given to me. Gogi course. But 2019, at that time, I was, like you said, I was going through a lot of programs, parenting, and Pathfinders. And when I graduated from those two classes, I became the clerk, Pathfinders and parenting class. And during that time, like you said, you know, I had about 10 years click under, and I continued doing other programs, but other programs is not really, I can't relate to. The only thing I could, like, personally for me is always been Gogi. You know, Gogi has a lot of impact in my life on how I think, how I make decisions in my life today. And then during that time, I was Gogi coaching when I in DSU and then segregation with me and AIC Stallone, who's now is on the street now. Me and him was facilitating the Gogi class in DSU. But now he's out there in Reason for Change. He's the co-founder of Reason for Change. He works for Reason for Change in Portland. Well, during that time, I was housed in Complex 2 and 2J. Complex 2, Complex 3, and Complex 1 yard, all different. Right? Each yard have their own different complexes. So we don't interact with other yards. It's segregated from each other. When I was housing in 2J, I was set up with another gang member, Mr. Huddleston, at that time. And of course, the board known by now that I have a lot of relatives that's here, right? And that's still engaged in those criminal behaviors and gang activities. But during that time, I have relatives that's on Complex 3 and Complex 2. On Complex 3, my cousin, Thatch, him and his friends started this prison gang called API, right? And something transpired over there on Complex 3. Him and his friends decided to want to attack somebody. And using that prison gang mentality to hurt this individual. And when that transpired, the security found out about the API that my cousin and all his friends started. And this when they start rounding up everybody on 1 side, 2 side, and 3 side complexes, and place all the Asians and all the Islanders in the hole. And I was included in that roundup. Well, I was in the hole, security asked me to put me out in the cell and asked me, do you know anything about the criminal activities that your cousin did? I said, no. He said, well, if you're not gonna say anything and give us any information about what happened, then you are guilty. I'm like, how's that possible? I've been doing all this program. I've been staying out of trouble. And then still, you guys gonna accuse me for all these things. It's like, well, sorry about your luck. So you're guilty by association. So they sanctioned me to 90 days in segregation and 90 days in IMU, intensive management unit. So I did 90 days in segregation and 6 months of IMU time. And during that time, when I was in there, I was mad. I was pissed off. I was angry at my friends. I was angry at my relatives. I was angry at the staff members. And most importantly, I was disappointed in myself. I told my relatives and I told my old friends, my associates, that I don't no longer want anything to do with them. At that moment in time that I was in there, and people refused to talk to me. Even my own relative refused to talk to me. And I'm okay with that. But I made a choice. I'm done. I'm done being around my relatives. If they still can continue engaging in those criminal behaviors, I'm done. And for me, like, I had a lot of self-reflection while I was sitting in there. Yes, I was mad at all these people, my relatives and staff members. And the most people that I'm really mad at is myself, for putting myself in that situation, for being sold up, being another gang member, and still like being on the same yard with my relatives that's still engaged in those criminal behaviors. But at that moment, I didn't see that what I was doing was wrong. By still being associated with my relatives and sold up with another gang member, I didn't know it was wrong. And after I got out from segregation, I landed on 3 side yard. My old associates, wanted me to come, hey, come kick with us. I said, no, I'm not. I'm gonna go do me now. And yeah, they were mad. They wanna fight me, but say, I don't care. I'm gonna make my choices. So I'm gonna move on with my life. If you guys want to fight me, fight. You know where I live. But they didn't. But they just refused to talk to me or associate themselves with me. And I'm okay with that. And from that day forward, I started getting a job, going back to Gogi, being a coach again, and continue pushing through my life. And then I applied for honor housing unit. Once I got in there, I went to work in the infirmary with the approval from the resource team. And I had a meeting with the resource team, with the captain, sergeants, and lieutenants. They put me in a room and me put me and one AICs. And the AICs that part of the resource team, he was adamant about bringing me on board. And even though security and staff member didn't want no part of me at that moment in time, and which is understandable, because I've never given them any kind of reason to put their trust in me at that time. And they were hard on me. Everything that was on the table, they brought up. In the past, before 2019, during 2019 incident. And they told me, as long as I'm on the same yard, my relatives or showed up with another gang member, and I will always be guilty. But no matter what I didn't do or did do, as long as I can still associate with another gang member, then I was going to be guilty. And I sat back, I took a minute, and I thought about from their perspective. When they look at me, what do they see? And I didn't like the answer, what they told me. But it's the honest truth. And I realized it's true. Then I had to make a choice, like, okay, can you move me then? Move me to next to the infirmary, away from 2 sides, away from 3 sides. Put me in a place where I can be productive. And they said, are you sure? Because what if people come after you? I said, no, I would deal with that, consequences when that comes. And they said, okay, I need you to roll your stuff up. Then I'm gonna move you on 2 sides, and we're gonna put you in complex 1 next to work. Say, okay. And ever since then, I've been on complex 1 next to an infirmary. And you know, with the resource team, I still have to work my way through that, earn their trust. And it was not easy because most of the staff don't want me there. And it's for a reason, but they didn't trust me. But I had to earn that. You know, I had to work hard to earn that trust. And you know, with the resource team, they helped me a lot. Helped me with, you know, just being transparent about everything in my life. Be fully 100% honest in everything you say. If you say something wrong, apologize. Own it, so that way you can learn from it. But don't be afraid to speak your mind. And live your life based on values and principles going forward. And that's what I do today. Live my life based on values and principles that I set forth for myself. Is it easy? No. Is it hard? Oh yeah. And it's lonely sometimes. But I get up every day and go to work. Don't complain.
So thank you, Mixai, for that. So I do want to jump back a little bit and ask you just some clarifying questions, because you covered a lot with that answer. So just sort of working backwards, that conversation that you had with staff as part of getting into the resource team, just to clarify to the board, that was after your 2022 hearing, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha. So that hearing staff's perspective, you hadn't heard that prior to your hearing. So did hearing staff's perspective, you kind of alluded to it, and I just sort of want to make sure that, again, that we parse this out. You know, in 2022, I'm not sure if you thought that you had done anything wrong in the 2019 DR, but after hearing staff's perspective, do you think that you did something wrong in 2019?
Yes. Yes. What I did wrong was just being around, associate myself with individuals that's engaged in this criminal thinking, criminal behavior, and criminal actions. And being set up with one is automatically put myself in danger of being affiliated. And to hear them say that was reaffirming that, okay, I need to work on changing my life around. And seeing from their perspective, so for the first time in my life, it opened my eyes up a little bit. That sometimes I don't see what other people see. just to ask them the question, like, from your perspective, what did you see that I'm not seeing? And tell me, so I can work on it. And they told me the honest truth, and I have to accept that, so I can move on forward in my life and make better decisions and what direction that I want my life to go.
Good. So again, I want to make sure that we don't leave any confusion in the board's mind around this DR. So in 2019, you had made the choice to sell with a gang member.
Right.
Why?
Because it's familiarity, right? So I know the individual. So I know him on the yard, and I was good friends with him. So I did, and his cell came over, and I decided, I'm gonna sign a move slip to go live with him. He's a good guy, and that was a mistake on my part, and I realize that now. It was my huge mistake. I won't do it again, no matter if somebody that I'm cool with or anything.
Good. And just to confirm and reaffirm, you were not part of a prison gang in 2019, correct?
No, I'm not API. I'm not whatever that thing is that they got going on. I'm not part of that prison gang.
Gotcha. And I know in the DR, and this was, I think, a point that board member Taylor had brought up during your last hearing, is that, in the DR, you're referred to as an elder, which is sometimes used in sort of gang lingo, if you will, about somebody who's kind of high up in a gang. Do you have any idea as to why somebody would call you an elder, why you would be referred to as an elder in the DR?
Being labeled as an elder, he has a negative perspective on that, and also it can have a positive perspective on that. Being an elder means, on the positive side, is people that other people look up to, right? Especially in this community. On the negative side is that it can be misconstrued for what it is. Being an elder, being a leader of a gang, it can be in that perspective too. But for me, I never see myself as a gang leader. Okay? For me, it's being an elder means being allowed people to talk to you, be approachable, right? To be a mentor to those that need mentoring, and that's what I've been doing in the past couple of years. Is mentoring young men, okay? So they can make better decisions, so they don't have to go down the same road that I have in my life. So they don't have to throw their life away because of this environment that we live in. I mean, today I still mentor young men, and they still label me as an elder today, which is a title that can be a negative or positive, no matter, depends on how you look at it, right? But again, it comes with that responsibility too, that it's a privilege for me. And also understanding that I'm gonna use it for the goods, for the betterment of my community. I mean, the guys that I train at the hospice, right? And people that worked in the infirmary, they don't look at me as some stranger. They look at me as somebody who's been in prison for so long that people look up to, right? And it sucks that it has to come with that negative perspective that comes on, I would say, tag, right? But yeah, I can see both ways why people might think it that way. I don't look at it that way at all. I look at it as a positive thing because I'm able to help others in return. So
Thank you. And another question board member Taylor asked you last time, and again, I think it's important to unpack this. He'd asked you about something along the lines of calling shots from your cell, kind of again being higher up in that gang. Have you ever called a shot from your cell? Have you ever ordered somebody to harm another person as part of a gang? Have you done anything like that?
In the past, no. And everything I've done is always been about self. So if I was to want to fight somebody, I take upon myself to do that. I don't force nobody to do anything. No. And if I was to engage in conflicts, that's on me. I don't send nobody to do something that they don't want to do. No, and I don't want anybody to tell me how to live my life. And why should I tell other people how to live theirs? So no, I don't do that. I think that's wrong in a way. So
Gotcha. So I'm excited as sort of the dust has settled on this sort of DR, and it seemed like you do have a deeper, different insight than you did 2 years ago. At the end of the day, can you understand why staff would view you as affiliated with this gang because of the choices you were making at the time?
well, I think it stems from past histories and records, right? So I have always been disruptive, a thorn to staff's side. I get in a lot of fights. That's one thing I'll fully admit that, and most of my fight comes from my own personal struggles of how to deal with my anger and process my emotions and feelings. That's something that internally that I have been working on in the past couple of years. There's a lot of things that I still need to work on in my life. You know, it's a process, right? Change is a process. It's not a destination. So no, I don't. For staff to have that perspective of me, for me, it's reasonable for them to think like that because I didn't give it any kind of indication to think otherwise, right? And to the past record and my past behaviors and thought process was deemed necessary for them to view me that way. And I finally come to understanding that everything that I've done is mine and mine alone. It was my choice. It's my actions, my responsibility to take control of my own life. Even today, is everything I do is understanding it's my choice, not nobody else. And for the staff member to have that perception of me is something that something I don't know. It's something that's life changing for me. Like it's able to see from their perspective when they look at me in the past. It's not always been good. It's always negative that comes along with it. And I don't blame them for that. Because everything I've done is I created those mess for them to see me that way. And today I get to show them who I really am as a person. And in spite of all my mistakes in life, I get to sit in front of those important people, those amazing people in the past couple of years and show them who I really am as a person, at my authentic self. Not what, all this mess that I made along the way. all this social pressure, all those things is irrelevant to me.
Mhm. Great.
I just want to show people who really am going forward in my life.
Yeah.
And they get to see that.
Sure. Sorry, I think I cut you off again. I've been doing that all morning. Apologies. So we're going to kind of get into that now, Mixai. So you've talked about, and you even showed us your Gogi bracelets. Gogi's kind of made a big impact in your life. Can you talk about something particular to Gogi, something specific rather, that's really helped you?
For me, it's boss in my brain, belly breathing, and 5-second light switch. All right, there's the 3 tools that derive from tools of the body, right? And in those areas where most of my life I struggle with, just being control my own thoughts, my feelings, and emotions, and just being the boss of my brain is no matter what other people say or staff member tells me to stand in line, don't say nothing. Yeah, they can tell me all those things, but I'm still in control of my how I respond to my everyday life. And with the with the belly breathing is something I really work hard on. Because being faced with conflicts throughout my life, I automatically goes to defensive mode, right? Compulsive behaviors. And with belly breathing, I get able to step back and calm myself down. Allow my put one hand on my chest, one hand on my stomach, and remind myself which part of my body is moving. Right? If my chest moves forward, that means I'm not breathing correctly. I'm not allowing enough oxygen to go through my body, so I can think clearly to send myself and calm myself down, so I can think, make better decisions, and work through conflicts and negative situations to better the decision making. Those are the tools that I never had. And then today, every single time I feel like I'm mad or angry on a situation or circumstances, I'm able to use those tools to calm myself down and give myself a minute or two to think clearly. So that way I can stop those impulsive behaviors from to reemerge. So I can think clearly, use my head clearly. That's how I use my 5-second light switch. And with the 5-second light switch is it's talking about value. When just the question you asked me, if you were to think about drinking again, and I told you that if I ever have a thought in my head to think about drinking again, I automatically think about my values, right? My family, freedom, and my family, my freedom, and the values of loving others and including myself. And in the past, like I said, I had no values of loving myself and others. And I get to remind myself with the 5-second light switch that I'm worthy of loving myself fully, so I can love others in return. And those are the values that I lacked for so many years in my life. And now, today, I look at people that's around me, my neighbors and myself, I get to see them as part of me. I get to love them as I love myself. I get to be kind to myself so I can be kind to others. And valuing those 5-second light switch is really important to live my life based on values and principles.
Great. Um, I also want to talk about some of the programming that you've done in the past 2 years. Again, you've done a whole host of programming, but I really kind of want to zero in on the past 2 years. In particular, some self-study around NA and AA. So I think we included this in your memorandum, but I just want to ask for the record, does Snake River have an AA or NA program that you're aware of?
When I signed up for NA and AA, there was, but it only lasts, I've been in there for maybe 2 months, and then it got shut down for whatever reason. They wanted to turn it into a club, and we couldn't get no support from that on. So, but everything I do about NA or AA, I pretty much self-study myself when I have time. And being part of AA, when I first walked in, it was an eye-opener for me. Because I'm not the type of person who always overshare stuff, you know. Going into that kind of setting, I kind of sit back and listen and watch and observe and learn to other people. They came before me, and to hearing their testimony, to hear their struggle with their addiction and how it ruined their lives, it made me brave enough to come out my shell, to actually go up to the front for the first time in my life, to say that, hey, my name is Messiah, and I'm an alcoholic too. And everybody looked at me like, what? You know, we didn't see you as alcoholic. So yeah, the reason why you guys don't see me that way is because I don't really talk about it. And today I'm ready to talk about my alcohol addiction. And where did I started my alcohol addiction? And I started from, from my early childhood. I didn't start drinking until I became, decided to join the gang. And at around age 13. And all my friends, the people I associate with, drinkers. So we drank, we snort drugs, and that's where my addiction started to begin. And I shared that with my classmates. And they didn't see that in me because in here I don't do drugs, I don't drink, I don't do none of that, and they didn't see that in me. But I want to be honest with myself and those groups, because they deserve to have full honesty from me. And I let them know that, hey, this is what I struggle with. And for me, the hardest part about admitting being an alcoholic is when I was on the run, after I committed the crime that I committed, I took the life of John Walsh. I used hard in drug and alcohol because that 1 year span when I was on a run, I drowned myself. I drowned myself because the guilt, the shame of the realization of what I've done. I drank for that 1 year, to the point where I couldn't remember anything. Maybe that's the reason why I drink, because it's not a coping mechanism. So I don't want to remember the pain and the suffering that I caused. There'd be the nights and days where the whole room was spinning because I drank to death. And that's the honesty that I had to come to terms with. I was drowning myself to death. In that time span, I just want to numb myself. So I don't remember. So I don't want to remember.
How long have you been sober?
I've been sober since I've been in prison. I stopped drinking. I stopped using drugs. But even though I stopped doing all those things, there's certain areas in my life that I still struggle. At the beginning stage of my incarceration, and my biggest struggle was I don't have that addictive personalities when it comes to drugs, but I do understand that it was out there. It was my coping mechanism, so I don't have to remember those pain, my childhood, and the pain of remembering of what I've done, the harm I've caused to people. In my incarceration, yeah, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, but I struggle in so many areas in my life. Struggle with my anger, struggle with how to express my feelings, and expressing, identifying what my emotion looks like. You know, I know what it looks like for deep down inside, but I just didn't know how to put in the words and bring it to the forefront like I do today. If somebody pissed me off today, I'm like, hey, pissing me off. Shit, if you don't do that. In the past, I would not say that. In the past, if somebody pisses me off, I would just hit them. And that's how I communicate back in the past, was through violence. And that's something I struggled with until I fell and sit down and ask for help. Like, hey, these are the areas that I need to address. These are the areas I need to work on. Can you please help me? But I also understand that going back, yeah, I drown myself in alcohol. But that's a part of me too. So I had to realize that too.
Yeah, I think that's important. So yeah, let's kind of talk about some of the work that you've done. And I think you talked a little bit about this earlier in your hearing, but in sort of expressing your emotions and learning how to take more responsibility and accountability for your actions. I think that was the work that you did with your counselor, with the Maintaining Positive Change packet last year. So can you just talk a little bit about why you sought that out? Yeah.
Well, after the 2022 board hearing, I still couldn't figure out what is it that I need to work on, right? That's why I wrote a short letter to the board and asked the board, what area in my life that is a concern to the board? And the board wrote me back and gave me this answer. Well, you should already know how to work on those, whatever areas that you need to address. And I'm like, oh man, he goes with the runaround thing, you know. But after sitting back and reading that the board response, saying that I should already know what areas in my life that I need to work on, I have to take a couple days to think through what areas in my life that I need to work on. That's when I realized, okay, let's go back to the beginning of my life. What areas do I need to work on? What things that I struggle with? Okay, alcohol, check. Need to work on that area. I mean, drug and alcohol. I need to work on anger management. Okay, I need to work on that. I need to work on setting boundaries. Okay, I need to work on that. I need to work on seeing life through other people's perspective. Work on that too. But those are the things that the board didn't tell me to work on. Is looking back at self reflection of myself, getting to the root of the problem, and the things that I need to work on internally. And that's I came with that conclusion. Okay, that's why I enrolled in AA. She helped me skip the line per se to get into AA, and then she helped me with getting into some other programs too. The substance abuse, thinking for change, and trauma and resilience packets. Those are the things that she helped me with. And also come to dealing with my childhood trauma. That was one of the hardest things for me. I'm glad that I asked for her help, allow her to counsel me, go through the process of processing my childhood trauma and work through it, conquer the spark that I have all through my whole life.
Gotcha. Thank you. So kind of all of the programming that you've done in the past 2 years, has that been sort of the most impactful, is sort of working through your childhood trauma, or has there been something else that's really kind of helped you gain additional insight, be able to take responsibility and accountability for your actions? Anything else that comes to mind?
I think the trauma resilient packets has made me reflect on a lot of things in my life that I need to work on, and it did make me see life differently, from different perspective, not just my own. And sometimes, you know, when me and my counselor, we talk about childhood trauma, and she shared her childhood trauma too, so that I can be comfortable to open up more about myself and what I struggle with in life. And it's one of them things where kind of opened my eyes up to for the first time to actually loving myself and unconditionally. That was something that I have always didn't see in myself. There's a lot of scars in my life. There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of self-worth. In those areas that I see in myself, I didn't even love myself enough to love other people. Why is it? What's the reason for me to not able to love myself unconditionally? Is it because of the resentment, the pain in my life? Is it because of the drug narrative that I have grown up, the violence that I grew up with, that have been blinding me for so many years to love others? And even I brought a book, you know, with me to talk about unconditional love, what that looks like. And I still read it today. And I think it started with me loving myself fully. And I think that's one of the key components for me to change my life around, is to fully love myself unconditionally so I can love others. That's around my neighbors and everybody that's in the community. That's what I've learned as a couple years.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited. So I know that we're at the 2-hour mark. I just want to let the board know I've got like a couple more topics. I think I can wrap this up in about 10 or 15 minutes, but just want to check in if you all want to take a break or what.
Thanks, Ms. Hill. As you know, it's customary to take a break at 10:30. I think it is a good time for a break. And then when we come
Okay.
back, you can take as much time as you want to conclude your questions.
Thank you.
And, but I think let's just take a break now and we'll come back at 10:40. And does that give your client enough time to use the restroom or take a break as he might need?
I think so. McSi, is 10 minutes enough time? I think that might actually be 12 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good there.
Yeah. Okay. Then we'll go off the record. We'll come back at 10:40, and as everyone knows, if the mics are open, everyone can hear what's being said. So no confidential conversations. See you all at 10:40.
Thank you so much. So McSi, this is your time to take a break, stretch your legs. You're doing a great job. Again, folks can hear what we're saying, but I just want to note that. Do you feel like we need to check in like on a confidential line?
No, I think for me it's I have to work through those things. Part of my life.
Well, of course, and as you said, it's a process. It's not a destination, and I think you're doing a great job at articulating all of it. So just keep it up. I'd recommend just stretching your legs, even if you don't have to use the facilities. Maybe get some water.
Oh yeah, I need some water.
Yeah, good. So I'm gonna turn off my mic and camera, but I'll be back at 10:40.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Let me see right here. Let me see. This is really long for one person. I agree, Pex. Why is this one so long? I haven't watched an Oregon one before. Yeah, this would be our first Oregon one. I don't know. This is my first one, just like you guys, and I really didn't listen in like to exactly what was happening. But when I get a chance, I will. Tony Y, yeah, the one they run theirs completely. You know what? I think I get a feeling this one's more like the California ones, because the California ones they do take a little bit longer. So I think we have some coming up next week. So I'll make sure we'll tune into those. Right now, I currently have one stream going. I currently have Utah. The state of Utah is still going on right now. I could go ahead and transfer you guys over there.
I know, Lord, I know. There you go.
Oh,
Thank you.
they're not done yet? Were they saying anything? It's not over yet. It's not over. I guess they're talking in the background, trying to figure out what they're gonna decide to do. It looks like he needed a cup of water. Man, I'll be nervous. I'll be a nervous wreck waiting to find out what they're gonna do with me. They have been going in circles. Yeah, you know what? I did listen to a little bit of it when they were asking him about what it meant to be an elder, and then because they were I guess like in Oregon it means that you're a shot caller. Oh man. Resuming at 10:40. Oh, okay. So we got about 7 minutes. Okay. So I'm actually waiting for a phone call. So whenever they call me, I'll go ahead and I'm gonna do a live. I'm gonna do some live calls from prison. So I'm gonna open up another stream. So we'll be having a total 3 streams going on. We got Oregon, Utah, and then we'll be having a collect call. So let me see. No, they're coming back at 10:40. What the what? Well, I guess it's gonna be me right here, unless he starts talking. Maybe he starts talking and he'll keep us going. Let me bring my chair over here so I can sit down while we're waiting. All right, guys. So I'm back. I'm here. Adjusting my microphone because I normally don't use this computer to sit down and talk to you guys. I normally like to use my laptop, and this one's is a desktop, so I had to wheel my my chair over. Let me see. I need to figure out this computer. I don't like using it, but I got another choice. I gotta sync the audio because I know that the audio is really off. So whenever I get a moment, I'm gonna go ahead and try to sync that up so we don't have those issues in the future. They've been going in circles. Yep. Resuming at 10:40. No, they're coming back at 10:40. 10:40. He looks scared. Man, hell, I'll be shaking in my boots. Worried about what they're gonna decide because he got denied previously. I'm not sure, it was like 2 years ago. I know they had mentioned that he came back to the board before, and I guess they had denied him due to getting a write-up or something. I don't know if he got into it with one of the cops or something. I'm not exactly sure. I kind of overheard a little bit. Does anybody know what he's in for? Yeah, so he's actually in for... Yeah, actually, there's a comment up on the top, I believe, that... let me see. One of our viewers put on here. Let me see. Dylan put on here. He says he was with some friends, and they unalived a woman during a robbery. So... He's in for red rum, and for those of you that don't know what red rum is, just change the letters around. Instead of starting it with a R, start it with an M, and go from there, and you'll figure out the words. We can drop those words on YouTube, if you will. Let me see here. So I'm waiting for a phone call. We were supposed to be at 10:30. I wonder what's happening over there. Oh, here it is. I got my phone call. All right, guys. I'm going to take this phone call. I'm going to go ahead and put it on mute, and we'll be back in 4 minutes.
Okay, we're back on the record. And Ms. Hill, if you're ready, your client's ready, please proceed.
Thank you so much. So Mixai, I want to move on to the resource team, and I know that you've talked throughout your hearing about that, but I just sort of want to ask you, can you describe what the resource team is to the board and what your role is within the team?
The resource team is, and my role in a part of the resource team is work with staff members and inject humanization and normalization into our community. And my job is to mentor individuals that's been in solitary confinement for so many years. There's this one individual right now that I'm personally working with. He's been in isolation for almost 19 years now, and he is really volatile individual, and he has racked up so many infractions through his incarceration, and he have assaulted multiple staff across state. Since I've been working with him, I look at him as, I don't project my ideas as a mentor, and telling him, oh, this is how you conduct yourself, this is how you behave. I don't inject those ideas in him. I want to see, for me as a mentor, is how can I encourage him to become better thinkers? How can I encourage him in his levels where he doesn't have to hurt any staff members anymore? How can I encourage him to become better thinkers? How can I encourage him to just encourage him to be better person in life, right? And most of the guys that's in there has been in segregated for so long that they have cognitively, they can't function around other people per se. They have no social skills or interactions with other AICs or another individuals, staff members. And most of the guys in there look at staff member as the enemy. And every chance that, from his history, every chance that he could assault staff members, he would. And he would break the door down. He would, rip the table from his cell, rip the toilet, and turn all those metals into weapons to inflict pain to staff members. And through the years, he came down with 5 year sentence when he was juvenile, and he have a troubled life, just like I have. But he came from a juvenile, delinquent, for foster care, and his mom growing up, his mom trying to kill him, trying to burn him. And he has all that childhood trauma for him to be who he is now, and how he stopped pressing looks like. And he doesn't have any trust in the other people. And for me as mentors going in, I know the challenge that I face with this individual. And I've seen his rep sheet. And I said, are you sure you really want to help this individual? And I'm like, yes. Because I can relate a little bit to his upbringing. Because I live in that tumultuous life too. And when I first started working with him, he was still exhibit that behavior. And as years and months goes by, I had allowed him to have a human connection with me and my the other AICs that works alongside me. We are a team. So everybody in the resource team is a team member, including staff. Any ideas that we come up with, we brief. Any concerns that we have with AICs, we brief with our resource team, so we can come up with a solution to how to inject humanization in the community. But with him, he's always a danger. He's always calculated risk that he can reoffend and he can hurt staff again. But since I've been working with him, he has not been hurting staff. So it's been almost 2 years now, and he has not even raised his voice as staff members now. And for me as mentor, it's not an easy job dealing with an individual like that. And I also understand that I can be assaulted too if I say something wrong to trigger this man's emotions and his feelings. And there's a couple times where I challenge him, saying things that would trigger him. I just want to see if he would trigger him, and I want to see how he would respond. And sometimes I say things and trying to encourage him, but it would still trigger him, and I see it in him. But now he able to, instead of when things trigger him now today, he doesn't respond in an aggressive manner. He would, you can see in his body language, like he would flinch, and then he would relax. And I would ask him, what made you change your thought process, your behavior? Why do you want to stop assaulting staff? And he goes, well, tell you the truth is you guys help me. You guys are my friend. I don't have the love. I don't have people support me through all my life. But also I understand there's boundaries too that I set for him. And I did test that boundary theories with him. One incident where he was being aggressive towards staff members, but like verbally, and he started throwing names out, Captain this, Captain that, Lieutenant this, F that. And for me, it was a perfect opportunity for me to set boundaries for him, so he can understand that those behaviors are unacceptable. And once he vented his frustration and he said he want to harm staff members, that's when I inject. I said, I'm not going to sit here and allow you to demean staff members that has been supportive of you, that has been supportive of us, to come here and visit you. So this meeting is done and over with, and we're done here for the day. And he wasn't mad. He wasn't pissed off at me, but I got up and left. And a couple days later, they pulled him out and talked to him one-on-one and debriefed with him what was going on, and then how they are appreciative of what he said and done. And for the first time in his life, he was like, I am sorry. I am sorry for what I've said and done. And I love Messiah, and I would like to even see him. and for the staff member to see that change in him, for him to, for the first time in his life, to say, I'm sorry, which he never done in his life. It was a changing moment for my life too. Because if this individual, all he needed was someone for him to love him for who he is, to have that human connection, and for him to just change his life, just be heard and be loved and want to be loved. It's something that I can reflect back on and say, you know, if I can continue doing this job and helping others better than myself, then I did my part in honoring, you know, the Bush's family. But also understanding that every single time I, you know, mentor other men in here, I understand the risk that I take of being assaulted, not just by my the guys I mentor down there, but also the people on mainline too, in general population. They look at me like I'm working with staff members. At the beginning stage of part of my program, being a part of the resource team, a lot of people they're not really conducive to that. You know, I have a lot of pushback on my peers, and it was hard. But also that I'm passionate about doing this type of work, and I have to keep going no matter how hard it is. And also for me to able to comfortable enough to approach those individuals that has doubts about what I do. I just let them know that, you know, it's okay for me to love myself so I can love others. It's okay for me to you know, be kind to myself so I can be kind to others. Just like you and your friends. I love you guys too. I know it's hard for you guys to see that you guys think that I'm working with the police or working with cops in that manner, but I'm not. I'm doing this not just for myself, I'm doing this for you too, and for our population. And it took them a while for them to accept me and the work that I do. But I also understand that it comes with risk, that I can be assaulted. I understand that risk too. But it's the life that I want for myself going forward. So, and I don't have no regrets.
Yeah. Well, I think it sounds like very important work, and I think the resource team is quite lucky to have you. I want to move on to sort of our final topics of sort of your release plan and kind of what that looks like for you. So you submitted your own release plan to the board, and it was quite detailed. And in it, you talked about setting and maintaining boundaries, and you've talked about that here in your hearing today, particularly with gang members, family members who are gang affiliated, people who drink and use drugs. Right, you are maintaining clear boundaries from those folks. You've been pretty successful while incarcerated, but certainly outside of prison walls, right, life will look different and it'll be different. Have you thought about how your approach in maintaining boundaries might shift once you're released? Do you plan to do the same thing? How do you plan to sort of maneuver your plan for when you're released?
Mm-hmm. So when if the day comes where I'm ready to really integrate back to society, I know things are going to be different, and that's just a reality. There's gonna be a lot of challenge in my life out there. Challenge with because I've been incarcerated for how long? Almost 30 years now. The world's so different out there, and I'm going to face a lot of challenges, including my family, my own family. I have already told my own family that I'm not coming home to them because I don't want to live that life anymore. So that's why for me, it's really important that I set that boundaries for my own family, and for people that I do decided to bring into my life. When that day comes, when I'm out there, I have to let them know that, hey, I have no room in my life for alcohol. So don't bring alcohol around. I have no room for drugs. So don't bring drugs around. When I'm in the car driving, don't come around me if you still drinking and you still holding guns or anything of that nature. I have to be vocal enough in myself, believing in myself what I want going forward with my life. And all those things can be no longer part of my life, even including my own family. And I have already let them be known that this is my life going forward. If you guys still continue living that lifestyle, I don't want to be a part of it. But I also understand of how important family is, right? And I do have family members that don't engage in those life. I have my cousins, Amy, she doesn't engage in those lifestyles. And I can gravitate towards that. I have a pastor, important, Pastor Alexander. I can, help me navigate through a life out there in the free world. Because I already know this is going to be challenging. I need to surround myself with positive people in my life. And like like I told you, there's a lot of things that I don't know out there that I'm gonna need guidance. I'm gonna need mentor. I'm gonna need help on, like sponsorship. It's really important. People that knows what they're doing. It's important. Like the board members, if any input that y'all can and have when it comes to reintegrate back to society and like the programs or anything, feel free to guide me in those directions, because I don't know what life's going to be like out there, and I know it's going to be challenging, and that's just a reality. I don't have all the answers in life, but I'm willing to learn and grow.
Yeah. So if you are successful here in your murder review and ultimately released from the board's jurisdiction, you still have a substantial consecutive sentence to serve. What do you plan on doing with that time? Like, do you have any goals for yourself during that time?
Right now, I'm working on spearheading hospice program, organization from California is a humane prison hospice project, and I've been in contact with them right now, so they can come in to in the Oregon system. And Snake River will be the first one to implement the hospice program, because being a hospice, doing hospice work on the street is different from facilitated institution. So in a facility institution, there's a lot of boundaries. There's a lot of rules and regulations and do's and don'ts and policies. And I want to bring them in with the help of the resource team to inject, to teach us those boundaries, those policy and the procedures, so we can provide the best level of care possible to our patients. And Snake River probably going to be the first one to get that hospice program going. And I want to make sure that my supervisor, Ms. Berger, will have that available to her. But Amy, she told me, well, you know, things like that's going to cost us money. Well, I told her, don't worry, it's not going to come out of your pocket. You know, it's Captain Cleaver is going to handle the rest. So just be there for me, be my champion. And I just want to make sure this hospice program is pushed forward in the right directions, so we can provide the best level of care possible for our patients in here. That's what I'm working on right now, and I hope in a couple months we can get that done. And also, if I understand that I still have about decades or so to do, and with that time, I want to concentrate on like a vocational skills, like job skills, because with the time I have, if I'm no longer under the board jurisdiction, my time will kicks in. I would use that time to continue educating myself. I want to sign up for plumbing, right? And because I want to learn how to be a plumber. You know, I want to equip myself with those tools so I can go out there in the society, so I can be successful in life. And not just that too, because that's only a 2-year program. So with the out of time lab, I want to pursue further education. I want to do heating and air conditioning. That's something I really like to do. I want to learn all those things. I'm excited about cars too. I don't know how to build cars. I don't know if I have time to learn all those things. But I'm willing to learn, so I can be successful when the time comes. And and also like with other programs too, I'm still want to continue with my GOGI. But that GOGI for me is a lifetime commitment. So when I get out there in the real world, I want to make sure that I stay in contact with Coach Taylor and be involved in whatever it is that GOGI have in store for me.
Thank you, McKay. So I'm gearing up for my final questions. What do you think is the biggest difference between you today and the McKay the board saw 2 years ago?
I think what I lacked in the past was, like I said before, is the love, right? The love that I have for myself. In the past, I didn't have that. I didn't have the love, the unconditional love that I crave for in the wrong places. You know, through my peers, I want to be accepted, but I was living a lie that by giving those people power to fit in, to be accepted, it's a farce. But that's not who I really am as a person. I'm not being authentic. I'm not being truly myself. And the value for me today is just loving others and loving myself. And those values and principles that I live by today. That's the biggest difference for me today than in the past. In the past I didn't have that self-worth. I didn't appreciate anybody. I was too selfish. Today I live my life with, I choose to live my life in compassion for others. And compassion for myself too. Because I have to take care of myself, my health and well-being, so I can able to take care of others. If I can't be good with myself, I can't be good to anybody. I can't be a service to my community if I'm not right. So that's the biggest difference for me today.
Yeah. What do you think justice looks like for Miss Borish's family?
That's a hard question. Because I know what I did, and I know what I took from them. Injustice. I don't know how they would respond to that question. Being in their shoes, you know, can they ever fully forgive me for what I've done? I don't know. I don't know if they ever will. No, I can't sit here and ask them to forgive me. Forgiveness is something that's deep in the heart for them to do. It's not for me. You know? For them to forgive me it would be great, but I'm not asking for that. And just like for me, I had to learn how to forgive myself for what I've done, so that way I can heal, so I can become a better person going forward in my life. So I can love others and love myself included. It's like with my dad, it's been for a long time for me to say, I forgive you. And forgive, when I told my dad I forgive him for what he'd done to me, it was a healing process for me. So I began to heal. I began to see the self-worth in myself. And that's what the power of forgiveness looks like for me. And I hope that Melissa and Matt and the Bush's family can find that forgiveness in the heart too, so they can heal, and just like I've had, so they can move on with their lives and live a life of fulfillment in theirs, just like I have in the past couple years. I began to heal and fully love myself for the first time, so that way I can love those around me.
Thank you, Mixai. Do you think that you're a danger to the community if you were to be released?
I'm wholeheartedly believe that I'm not any danger to the community. The reason why I say that, because the reason why I say I'm no longer a danger to the community, because I love everybody. I'm fully healed in myself. I'm fully comfortable and motivated to be a part of the community. Now, not to be a burden, right? I want to be a solution to the community, because I've been a leech to the community most of my life, and today I don't want to be that. I want to be a tax-paying citizen. I want to contribute to society. I want to give back, just to honor the abortion family and honor myself too. You know, I took a lot from the community, and I want to be an example to the community that if I can do this, so can they. In spite of how we grew up, in spite of the trauma in our lives, we can make a difference in people's lives. And that's what I want to do. I want to, when the opportunity comes for me to be back to society, I want to commit my life for helping others. It's not, for me, it's not about monetary. You know, I want to be rich, right? But not in the sense of money. I want to be rich in people. You know, I want to invest my life and making it man. I want to invest my life helping others. That's struggling with their lives. And that's what I want to do. So yeah, I believe I'm no longer a threat to society, because I know who I am going forward. I know what I want to commit my life to, and that's to be a contributing member to society.
Thank you, Mixai. Those are all of my questions, so I'm going to hand it back over to you, Mr. Reese.
Thanks, Ms. Hill. Well, that was very thorough, and I think many of the questions that the board have been answered. But I do want to just follow up in a couple of areas just to make sure that the board has a clear understanding. And just briefly, I'll start with finances. Mixai, it looked like as of August 2024, you had about $2,200 in your account. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Well, 2,000 plus and 500 in the savings account.
Right.
So around that area.
And do you have any additional financial resources on the outside?
Yes, I do. My older sister in Nashville, she sent me money sometimes. Her name is Latsani Alceda. That's my older sister. So, and in here too, I get max pay for what I do. Which the max pay in here financially is $106 per month. So I have 2 jobs. I can't get paid for 2 jobs, but I'm gonna get more pay for one. So, and also the other financial that I do get from is from a friend from Portland, Oregon. It's an individual that I have known in the past, that I have mentored. You know, where he's turned his life. His name is Phenam, and he's an individual who grew up like me in a gang lifestyle. And I encouraged him, and before he got out, I encouraged him to live that life and change his life for the better, and don't throw his life away because I have thrown my life away. He's still young. He still got a whole head of life on him. And still today, I encourage him to make something of himself. You know, he has a family of his own. Yeah, but 2 daughters and a good woman that he married. And him and his wife now have their own little company that they're upstarting. So, you know, I still, I know he still struggles out there, but I do call him, still encourage him to do better, you know, to evaluate his life, to make better decisions. Even he has his own family member that's a gang member, and he disassociate out there from his own brothers, so that way he can live the life that he wants to live and not be conducive to the life that he grew up in. And that's the financial, that's the only financial I get. It's from Phenam and my older sister in Nashville, and the money I've earned for the work that I do in here now, DOC.
Well, you've saved a little bit more money than some AICs. Was that intentional on your part?
Well, it is in a way, because I want to save for when the time I get out. I want to make sure that I'm financially self-sufficient. I don't want to be a burden to other people. I want to make sure that I have enough money where I can get my life um, um, started, so that I don't want to be a burden to other people. So, and with that, yeah, most people when they get the money like that, they just tend to just spin, right? For me, is I spend less than what I earn. I try to manage my money in ways where I can save just a little bit here and there. Uh, and also, whatever I do have left, sometimes I donate my money. I donate my money to a Red Lodge. Uh, I donate I draw, so sometimes I do artwork and I would donate it to Red Lodge so they can have money to for there's transitional housing in there in Portland, so that I can help them fund the nonprofit. That's what most of the Native American individuals, AICs in here, would draw, and our drawing would turn into a calendar, and the proceeds would go into raising funds for the transitional housing. And sometimes whatever I have left, I donate it to St. Jude for children with cancer, because I know that working in a hospice, I understand like what suffering looks like. And in spite of the way I grew up, how messed up it is, or how tumultuous it is, I finally realized that I have a choice, right? And in growing up, I didn't know that I had those choices, but now I do. Like every choice that I made, like as a kid, it was choices after choices after choices. And those kids that's in St. Jude, they don't have choices. They didn't ask to be born, having that kind of disease. So anything I can do to give, then that's what I would do. I don't worry about the money I have on my books. If I get a letter from St. Jude, I write a check. Whatever I can afford, I write. $50 here, $30 there. I'll do that because I understand that those kids don't have choices.
Well, that's a very nice choice you're making to support that organization. Let me ask you about a different topic. Your mental health. Have you ever had a diagnosis or treatment for any mental health disorders?
No.
And do you feel like you need that?
Yes. Any help I can get, if there's a professional help where they want to diagnose me to see if I have mental health, then I'm open to that.
Okay, but I mean, do you have a specific complaint, or are you just saying you're just generally open to looking at that issue?
Open looking at issues.
Okay. So you don't have a particular mental health issue. I'm guessing.
Oh
that
no.
You're concerned about.
No.
No. Okay. What about your physical health? How are you feeling?
I'm fit for my age.
Do you have any chronic health issues?
No.
Do you take any?
No, I don't take no medication.
Yeah. What do you do to stay fit?
I work out. I play sports. I participate in team sports and softball, basketball. Sometimes I would walk the track. Sometimes I would lift weight, but I don't lift heavy weight because I'm getting older now, and those heavy weight will wear out on my body. I want to be able to, to sustain my body so I can be a help to the community. I don't want to go out there and be broken and can't do nothing. No, mostly I just do like body weights. I don't really lift any heavy weights. I don't want to be a burden to my nurses staff.
Yeah, it seems like they say that if you lift too heavy of a weight, it can really be hard on your joints over time.
Oh yeah, that's the hard truth. Because I've seen guys that lift heavy weight all their life, and now they're suffering for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Let me check with Vice Chair Cleaver. Do you have any questions regarding finances, mental health, and physical health?
I don't have any questions about physical health. Really none about finances, although I really appreciate your choice to give back to others. I always find that inspiring, especially when you don't have much to give it away. So I really appreciate that. In terms of your mental health, are there any particular issues you would want to work on with a counselor, or do you feel like your needs are met through GOGI and your support network that you have?
I still do need help, right? In certain areas in my life, and it's always like I said, and it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
In this environment, we always deal with a lot of negativities in our environment, a lot of anger, and anger is one of the things that I'm always going to work on in my life. I'm always going to make sure that those are the areas that I continuously work on, because it's never a quick fix when it comes to those type of issues that I have personally. And there's always going to be challenges, there's always going to be struggles. But I'm willing to work through with my counselor every time I met her. And she always asks me, even at work too, when I'm dealing with patients dying, I want to make sure that I get I get to vent to my counselors, to staff members, that okay, I'm dealing with these emotions. Just able to express myself freely, so they can understand like what's my mental state looks like.
Yeah.
Today.
That makes sense. I'm wondering, as I was just thinking about this as you were talking, as part of your being a resource staff, do you have available to you support for debriefing after incidents, or if the job becomes overwhelming? Because that population is a really difficult population to work with, and I'm wondering what supports within the program they provide for you and the other resource staff to make sure you guys are doing okay.
To answer that question, we have a resource team here that consists of assistant superintendent, captains, and multiple lieutenants. And when the times for me to, we always have debriefing. So that if there's areas of concern, I reach out to my resource team and brief with them on what I'm dealing with today from day-to-day basis, and what can we do to further this resource team, so we can find ways and solution within our population and with the AICs that we are closely working with. So, cause we're not expert in those mental health areas, we there just to mentor them. That's why we have BHS counselors for that reason, for us to talk to about ourselves, our mental health, and the mentees' mental health issue too. Because, like I said, we are not expert in this area. You know, that's the BHS areas that we don't touch.
Well, I think it's an amazing program, and I'm really glad you're doing it. So thank you for your work in that. I think it's critical. So I really appreciate that. I don't have any other questions for you, though. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brooks.
Thank you. I don't have, I just had one quick question in these areas. I did see in the institutional letter from Larry Bennett that he noted you had participated in 4 months of CTS cognitive therapy through BHS. I just was curious what that program was and sort of when it was that you engaged with it.
It's a CTS cognitive therapy. It's about the thought process. It's how we think from day-to-day basis when we are faced with situations and conflicts in our lives, and how can we take a step back and be calm enough to have a clear head to think before we react. But we don't want to react out of impulse, right? Because an individual is in here that act out of impulse, end up hurting other people in return. So we don't want to take enough space where we can calm ourselves down, so we can respond in the positive ways, so it doesn't harm other people and it doesn't harm yourself in return. So those are the cognitive behavior that the topic of that the packets that we learned.
Okay, and when was it that you engaged in that programming?
I would say about 2.5 years ago.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah,
So pretty recently.
very recent, yeah.
So you mentioned just a moment ago when speaking with Ms. Cleaver that you do engage with BHS counselors as part of the work that you do with the resource committee or the resource team, excuse me. So is that sort of to help you navigate situations with the AICs that you're working with, or is that more to kind of deal with the issues that may come up for you as you have to put yourself in difficult situations?
That's both.
Both. Okay. That I just wanted to, that was kind of my understanding. I just wanted to clarify. So they're there both to help you and also help you process your own feelings that come up, but also help you navigate. Okay. Well, I think those are all my questions. I don't have any other questions about finances or your physical health, so I'll turn it back over to Mr. Reese. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Brooks. McSai, in terms of your employment, I think I know what you're doing, but can you talk to us a little bit, just so we're clear on what does your week look like in terms of what you're doing during the day? Can you just kind of walk us through a typical day for you?
Right now, I'm the lead down in infirmary and essential medical, and every day I wake up about 5:30 in the morning, and I would and my shift won't end till 1 o'clock, so that's 8 hours of my morning times that I spend at work. When it comes to job details, like I said, I'm the lead orderly there, and I train AICs that comes in that wants to interested in do this kind of work of compassion. and taking care of AICs that can't care for themselves. I train them how to operate the gurney, the emergency gurney. When our nurses staff went to out on emergency run, I train them how to operate those. I had to train them how to assist the nurse when the time comes. And my job detail is to be a visual for those in hospice care. Well, that not include my work times, right? So in the afternoon or at night, when I have time available, maybe 2, 3, 4 hours, I will sit in with the hospice patient when I'm not working. And we have a whole hospice team that does that too. We have around the clock, 24/7 on the visual watch. And also going deeper into my job details, like everything I do is out of genuine. When I feed the patients, I do it out of genuinely. And I bathe the patients, I shower the patients, I assist the nurse with cleaning and wiping the patients, and all the job that other ASIC are not willing to do, because it's not. A lot of guys in here they don't have the stomach or the heart to do those things, and it scares them. Even guys that comes in, they're interested in working that kind of job, and I walk them through it. I introduce them to every single patient in each room, and I let them know, hey, this is the condition the patient's in. They need food care. They are fall risk. All those things that medically they are not capable of doing, that we are there to assist them and give them the valuable care as possible. And it's not hard. It's hard for a lot of guys, but it's not hard for me because I'm passionate about what I'm doing. Right? Even guys that comes in that wants to learn how to do this job, they don't even last a day. And they come in, they have the enthusiasm to do this type of work, but then they come back and say, I can't do this anymore. And it's okay. It's not for everybody. I'll remind them that, but thank you for being interested in doing this kind of work. And that's all I can do. I can't talk to people to do this kind of work. It's not for everybody. So, and it's hard because you go through the emotional roller coaster. You get so attached to your patient, you know, and that's why the counselor comes in, and the BHS counselors can be faced with where somebody that we are so attached to, that we really care about, passed away. We have that resource that we can turn to when we're dealing with emotion, with mental health, life and death situation. And this is what I do. And also that, and I help with the providers too. And sometimes providers, we have over 4,000 people here in this institution, and the caseloads get jammed. And I end up, I don't do the paperwork, medical records, but that's HIPAA violation. What I do is I make sure that everything, like all the paperwork is catch up, so they can, when they need such paperwork, they can come grab it and they go to work. And that's what I do on my day-to-day basis. And then at nighttime, I would go for 2 hours, go in DSU and IMU and segregation and mentors those AICs down there. So my days are pretty much packed. Whatever time I have left to exercise, maybe an hour a day, and I will go there, take care of myself. And on Friday, I may make sure that I go to sweat lodge, and meditate in the sweat lodge, so I can have faith and make sure I'm safe make sure my health and my faith is strong. Those are the things. But I'm still learning too, though. There's a lot of things that I'm reading right now. I'm reading meditation. So, and the Buddhist meditation, I'm learning how to do that. Learn how to be aware of my feelings.
So before you get into that, Mixai, just to take you back, we're kind of where we started with that question on employment and your typical day, because I thought you said earlier in the hearing that you had 2 jobs. So
Right.
is it the one job is in the infirmary and the other job being with the response team or the resource team? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that fills your day. Well, since you mentioned it, you mentioned the sweat lodge, and I was just curious in looking at the packet. It's quite clear that you have spent a lot of time involved in activities related to Native American traditions and practices, and I was just curious about that, since been by the other guys in those activities.
Can you repeat that? There was a glitch.
Sure.
Somewhere.
So I'm just asking, what attracted you to the Native American activities you participate in?
When I first fell, I was at OCI, and I was always in and out the hole, always fighting with myself. I struggle a lot. And one day, it was I was set up with a Native American guy, and next thing you know, I was on call out to go out to sweat. I didn't sign up for it, right? And next you know, I'm there sweating like, hey, what am I here for? He goes, oh, we want you to learn. We see something in you, and we want you to sit and learn about how to live this life. I was like, what life is that? Because I've been living life so destructive, I don't know any other way. And they taught me so much through the years, how to be one with nature, how to live your life for your community, how to love others. Walking the red road is about living sobriety, right? Sobriety, free from drug and alcohol, living your life for others, for people in your community, and also living your life for yourself too. Learn how to walk the right path. Learn how to care for those around you, for your neighbors. And at the beginning, I didn't receive those things. When I was going through with the Native American sweat, I was just going through the motions, right? The first stage of my life, being part of the Native American circle. I'm just gonna go through the motions. I'm probably gonna get nothing out of this. But as years goes by, I finally realize, oh, they're trying to teach me something. They're trying to teach me to become a better person, better human being, a human being that can be a productive member of society for our community. And it grew on me. And now, like in the past couple years, those people that took me in, the elders in here, the Native American elders, the one that took me in, they said, "We see the change in you, and continue that change. So that way, when that day comes, you can be a service to our community." And that's something I could never even picture most of my life. Through the Native American, sweat lodge, I get to live out a life that I couldn't imagine. When the day comes, and it's really important that but we have these four directions: reds, blacks, the whites, and the yellow. We are all connected. We are one as humans, and those are the things that signify like why it's so important for me to be a part of that, right? To be a part of the community, to be part of a whole community, not just one community. But no matter who you are or where you come from, we still are people, one people. And for me, it's one of the things that I will always take with me, those life lessons. That's to love my neighbors, to love my community, and instead of being a burden to my community.
Is that something you think if you're released into the community, you would continue to participate in?
Oh, 100%. I'm always in contact with Red Lodge, so I want to make sure that I stay in contact with Trish. She's founder of Red Lodge, and we're now in the past it has also been transitional housing for women that got out of prison. But right now, Trish, she's starting up a male transitional program. So it's something that I look forward to when that day comes. So yeah, I'm excited just to be a part of that, whatever Trish is doing out there.
Okay. Ms. Cleaver, do you have any follow-up questions on that topic?
Regarding employment, not really. I feel like you've really given us a great idea about what you do. And again, it takes a certain person to be able to do hospice work, to work in infirmary, to do any of that. So I really applaud you and I'm grateful for your work in that area. I'm wondering, you do a lot of really heavy stuff all day long. I mean, you do the infirmary, you do the hospice, you go mentor folks, in IMU and segregate. Did I glitch for a second there? Yeah, sorry, that's my internet. It's been really difficult. My question was, what do you do for fun? How do you like just kind of decompress? Because there's so much heaviness to the work you do.
Oh, I have my MP3 player.
Oh, okay.
So I listen to mostly like it's R&B music, like old schools and souls, like all those back in the days, like Whitney Houston's stuff like that. But and I draw in my cell.
Okay.
So that's where I really my biggest passion too is art. So and in the past I have teach art class before.
Oh, okay.
They want me to start that back up, but I just don't have the time right now. So the only thing, the time for myself is I get to enjoy what I love to do, which is doing art and go down in the chapel and and decompress a little bit and do some beating.
Okay, good. Good. I feel like you need that intermixed with all the really heavy, important work that you do. But I don't have any questions, about the work itself. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brooks.
Thank you. I don't have any questions in this area. I think you very thoroughly covered this topic, and I also was going to make a similar comment to the one made by Ms. Cleaver, which is you come into contact with a lot of vicarious trauma through the work that you do. So I'm grateful that you have the ability to reach out and talk to BHS counselors to help you process what you're going through, and that you have a way to relax and have fun. So I don't have any questions. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Reese.
Thanks, Ms. Brooks. Ms. Tsai, I want to ask you a little further about your disciplinary record, and your attorney, Ms. Hill, I thought did a very, very good job walking you through further explanations. But I just have a couple of additional questions if you can help the board understand. So starting with the most recent DR first, which was related to a 2019 lockdown at SRCI. And there's a statement in the materials from the board, from the Department of Corrections, that you were identified as, quote, an elder for Complex 2, and that you were, quote, second in command in Complex 2, and that you were part of the Asian Pacific Islanders Security Threat Group in the view of the Department of Corrections. So is that a true statement or not, that at that time you were viewed within that security threat group as being in second command in complex number 2?
When you said view, right? From security perspective.
Well, I know what they wrote. I know what they wrote down on paper. So that's there on paper. But I guess I'm asking you: was that a true statement or a false statement?
Those are false statements.
Okay. Do you know where those false statements came from?
It's like the staff member. After I talked to them, they said, you know, that's why I asked them a question of, from your perspective, what is it that I'm not seeing? Because I've been doing so good for so many years, and here I am sitting in the hole, and I'm square one again. What is that I'm not seeing? And they gave me the answer. Like, as long as you are sealed up with a known gang member or associate with your relatives that engage in the criminal activities, you are guilty by association, and that's from our perspective, and that's what it is. And when I heard that, I did not like the answer, right? But also understand that maybe I need to change differently, right? For them, so for their narrative standpoint, I understand where they come from. But in the past, right? In the past, I didn't show any kind of, for them to say anything different. Put it that way. And by talking to him, it made me realize, okay, I need to cut ties with my relatives that engage in criminal activities. I need to cut ties with my old associates and no longer sell up with any non-gang member or take pictures any non-gang member. Even on the yard today, people ask me, hey, do you want to take pictures with us? I said, no, I don't want to be associated with you guys. I don't want to. It doesn't matter if somebody that's, I don't know, right? I always ask first to set boundaries for myself and them. Are you an STM member? And they said, yes, then I can't take pictures with you. Respect my boundaries. And for me, the staff members are my support team, and their trust is everything to me. And I no longer have any close ties with any longer, even including my relatives. I don't want to be a part of their life. And going forward, even an opportunity where I can go back to society again, take it a step further, I want to erase all this gang tattoo that I have on me. I don't want to be a part of this life. I don't want to be associated with any kind of life. Even my own relative, my own sisters, if they engage in those criminal behaviors, I don't want to be a part of their life until they show me that they can change too. Then I'll be able to open the doors for them. But as long as they still engage in those criminal activities, I can't be part of their life. And once I get out, the opportunity that comes, I want to erase all the gang tattoos I have in my body. So right now, we don't have any kind of programs in here that can do that for me. If there is one right now, I'll be the first to sign it. I'll be spearheading the program, but right now we don't have one right now. So I have to wait until the day, when the day comes where I, like on the package, I have an address to the tattoo parlor, Portland. If I was to go to Portland, then I would go there. It'll cost about $25 at that time, but I'm pretty sure it's more expensive than that. But I want to get rid of my gang tattoos. I don't want to live that life. I want to live a life for my community going forward.
Yeah, I saw that in your materials, and it certainly seems like a really good idea because of the signal or the symbolism that those tattoos can carry. Well, thanks for answering that. Let me ask you then about the other incident that led to your conviction of attempted murder, because as you know, that was a source of concern for the board, and there seems to be a discrepancy over the motive for that crime. And of course, the board hearing this hearing today is left with the evidence in front of us. So hopefully you can clarify this. But in the materials from the Department of Corrections and their findings of fact related to the incident, it says that you approached inmate Brown in the 3A day room using a pencil blade sharpener removed from a plastic pencil sharpener to cut inmate Brown's throat. And he was taken to Holy Rosary Medical Center for treatment. The board, in its order in 2015, writes, the victim of the attempted murder was a member of the gang seeking to retaliate against offender's cellmate, your cellmate, and that you told the board you had to defend your friend. The facts of the case, however, indicate that offender retaliated against the victim for challenging him and not his cellmate.
Right.
So that's one version that's out there. And then 2 years ago, it was presented to the board that really what happened was that you saw, as you mentioned today, an A&E true crime documentary, learned of the crimes committed by inmate Brown against a child, and so that you decided to attack him to, I guess, punish him for his crimes. So the question is, which of those versions is true, or are they both true, or are none of the versions true? But why are there two versions?
The third version is true. The documentary, and I took one on myself to assault Stacy Brown, and it's not what Stacy Brown did. It was me. Right? I made those decisions to, after seeing what's on the documentary. I got mad. I got, I wanted to hurt him, and I took upon myself to hurt Mr. Brown. So it was my choice and my decision.
So where did the board get that information that they incorporated into the order in 2015 that this was actually retaliation against someone who had challenged either you or your cellmate?
On the DRC here on with Mr. Snyder, when I got in a fight on the yard, the mutual combat, it's in his record here. When me and Mr. Snyder got into an altercation on the yard, that was the reason with my challenging my cellie. And it should be in here on with Mr. Snyder. That's on a complex 3 yard.
I think I may have found it in the packet. Is it
Yeah.
from 2007, McSci?
So, and also just to tell you, Ms. Hill, again, there may be maybe there's just a plain discrepancy here, but
Yeah.
on what is page 95 of the board's packet, which is page 7 of the 2015 final order, this is where on line 9, it says the victim of the attempted murder was a member of the gang seeking retaliation against offender's cellmate. Offender went into his cell and retrieved a homemade knife and stabbed the victim. So is that a different incident?
Yeah. Mr. Brown, the incident I saw Mr. Brown from behind. Yeah, Mr. Brown is not affiliated with any kind of gang member or any gang.
Okay.
Mr. Snyder was affiliated with the gang that my cellie had a conflict with on the streets.
Okay. Okay.
Stacy
So
Brown has nothing to do with any gang or anything. He's not part of any gang at all.
oh, okay. So in the incident, then the incident in the board's order, that sounds like, are you saying that in fact that was connected to gang activity or involvement?
Yes, with the mutual fight on the yard with Mr. Snyder. Yes.
So the board wrote in this order that they were therefore not convinced that you stopped your gang involvement in 1994 as stated. So I assume you would agree that the board was correct about that.
Right, right.
Got it. And so it's I don't know what the board will conclude about this, but you've had violence in the institution,
Right.
both connected to gang activity as a motivation, and then also in the one incident with inmate Brown, not connected to gang activity, but simply to potentially kill him uh, based on the crime he had committed against a child. And obviously, had you been successful in killing him, that would have led to a consequence, one might suppose, where you would never get out of prison. So that's a lot to really address. But how is it? Do you think that at that time, at least, you were willing to inflict harm onto other people, both because of gang associations and simply out of a desire to take out some kind of revenge on inmate Brown? What inside of you was leading you to do that?
It's anger. And most of my life, that's one area that I've struggled with, is how to express my anger in the constructive ways. I didn't have the tools or the skills to process those anger. The only way I know how then is when I express my anger, I express it in violence. Right? That's how I communicate back then. And today I don't. When when I feel angry, I have the tools available to me now to express it in ways where it's constructive, not destructive. And I know that it's hard for the board to look at all those things in my past and come to the conclusion that I've always been that way. And it's understandable. And I struggle with those areas in my life. And until recently that I have all the tools available to me so I can live a productive life.
Well, it's interesting because you present very well and you've done a lot of really impressive things. But you also have committed these acts of violence. And of course, and you know this from being in the institution, there are some AICs who commit very violent and sometimes even depraved crimes.
Right.
But once in the institution, they don't have any DRs, let alone for assaulting other people, even though their crimes were maybe really horrific.
Right.
What do you have any thoughts on why that would be?
Say that again.
Well, why is it, do you think, what sets you apart from some of these inmates that have committed very serious crimes, but then don't commit any acts of violence once they're in the institution, as opposed to you?
I don't know. That's a good question. I just know that in this place, we all struggle differently than most people. And there's a lot of things that we need to work on within ourselves. And there's an individual like me, yes, I don't have a good track record. No, I've caused so much pain and suffering to those in the past. And I recognize those areas in my life that need changing. And I'm willing to work on those areas in my life that need working on. And others just don't. Others don't want to. And that's why most of the guys in here that can continue coming back to prison, but they're not willing to work on themselves. And for me, and change is it's not easy, right? And I also recognize that my past will always going to be to remind me of what I've done. And I accept the responsibility of all the pain and suffering that I've caused, Mr. Brown. That's why it's important for me to, when I made that change, it's important for me to let him know how I feel. Let him know that what I've done to him was wrong. How I act, how I behave, and the pain and suffering that I inflicted on him is wrong. And I addressed Mr. Brown. I wrote him a letter just to let him know how sincere I was of what I've done. And I recognize those areas that what I've done, and I continue to work on those areas. And a lot of guys in here that still refuse to work on the things they need to work on so that they can become a better human being once they go home. If you guys don't work on themselves, they keep coming back. And that's why we have a huge population of recidivism in our prison system. If I can be, in spite of all the pain and the suffering and trauma that I've caused, I take full responsibility for what I've done. I don't want to, in the past, I used to run and hide from my responsibilities. I'm not doing that anymore. What I say to you today is the honest truth. And that's transparency is something that I'm big on. I know sometimes reflecting on the things I've did, it's hard and it's brutal, right? And it's painful. But I'm working on myself today. So I don't have to think like that. I don't have to behave like that. I don't have to conduct myself in that way where I end up hurting other people again. Because what I did to Mr. Brown is unacceptable. And what I did to this community is unacceptable. And what I did to John Bosch's family is unacceptable. There's no room for an individual like that out in society. Right? And I recognize my faults. I recognize my flaws in life. And I'm ready to address those areas, no matter how hard it is. I know sometimes it's ugly, but I'm okay with that. And sometimes I blame myself for doing all those things. I'm my worst critic. I hurt a lot of people, and that is the truth. Now that is the fact. I'm not going to run from the facts. The facts is right there. I've caused a lot of pain and suffering to those that's they come in contact. And I've been working on myself, reassure that I don't think and behave in those manners.
I'm sorry.
And I know that I have to be accountable for this.
Thank you, Mixai. That answers my question. I appreciate that. Ms. Cleaver?
I don't have questions specifically about the DR history. Honestly, I thought you talked about it and explained it, and I do appreciate Mr. Reese kind of clarifying that one piece. Um, you did mention a couple of times, you talked about making amends to Mr. Boatwright when you were providing care for him. And then you just talked about writing a letter to Mr. Brown. It sounds like making amends, apologizing, whatever term we want to use, it appears to be something you value. Has that been a part of your process in looking at yourself and taking accountability? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
You know, in the past couple of years, I realized there's a lot of things that I don't like about myself, on the things that I've done, and I've been working uh, on myself,
Mm-hmm.
and just be aware that I've heard a lot of people through this process of my change. You know, I can't. People always say, you know, you have to learn how to forgive. Yeah, but how can you forget something you've done? Right? It's hard to forget. And then I always try to remember the wrongs I've done, so I can, you know, so I can heal myself, so I can move forward with my life and forgive myself for all the things that I've done to others. Even Mr. Boatwright, it was hard to see the pain that I've caused towards an individual, and for me to fully heal, I want to be there for Mr. Boatwright. I want to make amends. I want to sit there and let him know that I love him, in spite of our struggles, in spite of we didn't get along with each other, we fought, and I still love him at the end of the day. You know, he's my fellow man, and I want to let him know that I'm there for him until his last breath. And I did that. You know, I tried to make amends for everything I've done, and including Mr. Brown. I let him know sincerely. I expressed to him how sorry I was for doing what I did, but he didn't deserve that. And I realized that it's me. I had to start working on myself. It's not Mr. Brown. It's not Mr. Boatwright. It begins with me. I have to self-reflect on all the things that I've done, so that way I can make amends.
Mm-hmm.
And for me to make amends, it just to learn how to love others. It's hard for me to love in the past because I didn't even love myself enough to do all those things. But now I do. I begin to, you know, to value myself. And, you know, even then, you know, Mr. Boatwright, man, it's hard for me because I see the pain I inflicted on him. Even though we just had a mutual fight, it still hurt. Hurt. Even though he hurt me in return, we learn how to forgive each other.
Did
And
Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask if Mr. Brown responded to you or how that went.
When I wrote Mr. Brown, he didn't write back. And also I can understand why. Knowing that he may or may not write back, that's a possibility.
Sure.
But it's me. I have to be compassionate enough for myself to sit down and write those letters, knowing that I might not get a response back. I just want to let him know how sorry I was for the things I've done. So,
Are there other folks that you have tried to make amends to or written letters to? I'm just curious.
Oh, there's others that have fought with through the years, and
Mhm.
now we see each other in the hallway. We have a lot of love for each other because I don't know why that transpired that way, but maybe they see something in me, they change in me, for them not to hold any more grudges anymore. And when I see those individuals now, I make sure that I give them hugs, just tell them I love them.
Okay. I really don't have any other questions. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brooks.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I think I had the same confusion that Mr. Reese did regarding some of the information in the packet. Because there's not a lot of information about the DR from 2007, it was a little confusing what the board was referencing in its previous final order. So just so I understand, can you explain to me what led up to that 2007 DR with Mr. Snyder?
When in 2007, I was on Complex 3, and Mr. Snyder knew my cellie. At that time, my cellie was Mr. Pinocchio, and he's in a wheelchair. He's paralyzed from the waist down, and I was his living caretaker at that time. Mr. Snyder was a friend of the victim that my cellie was convicted of. My cellie, during the drive-by shooting, my cellie ended up taking one of his friend's life, and in retaliation, they end up shooting Pinocchio. That's why he's today he's paralyzed from the waist down. When I was set up with Mr. Cole at that time, Mr. Snyder came from different institution, and he landed on 3-side complex, 3-side yard. And Mr. Snyder told the people that he associated with that he was gonna assault my cellie because that the gang issues they have on the streets. And for me, it wouldn't be right if I didn't defend my cellie because he can't defend himself. And that time, that's how my thought process was. And then when the yard opened, I went outside to the yard around the soccer field, and Mrs. Snyder followed me over there to the soccer field, and we tried to talk, but sometimes, and words got exchanged between me and him, and I told him that's handicapped, and he's like, well, I'm still gonna assault him anyways, you like it or not. So, well, okay then, let's fight. So me and Mrs. Snyder got into an altercation on the 3-side yard on the soccer field over the issue he had with Mr. Pinocchio. But they have the gang issues between them two. But now I'm reflecting back, if I can go back and make different choices and decisions, I would. And I realize now that it's not my place, right? It's not my business to stick my neck into somebody else's.
Well, and
For that, yeah.
Oh, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. For today, I realize that now that decision that I made was wrong. Right? Even though in that moment in time, I thought what I did was right, and it was the wrong choice again. And I made a lot of wrong choices in my life, and I can admit that.
So in the board's final order, it says that you went into his cell and retrieved a homemade knife and stabbed the victim. Is that, again, that's describing the incident with Mr. Snyder, is that correct?
No,
No?
that's a different incident. That's
Okay.
Mr. Brown.
Okay, okay. It's written in a way that is
I know.
not easy to tell. Okay, so that's part of what I just wanted to clarify. So thank you, that I appreciate that. So you just mentioned this. You said, you know, I know that was the wrong way to handle it. It's not how I would handle it now. How would you handle a situation like that now?
If somebody had a problem with somebody that I know, I just let it be known that it's not my problem. That's yours. You know, I had to set boundaries. If that you have a problem with somebody that I know, that's between you guys. I'm not involved in none of you guys beef or situations.
Okay.
Like,
do you feel like, you know, it might be, I don't know, there may be some situations where it is appropriate to get involved if someone is actively being attacked, or I don't know, is there any situation where you would get involved?
no, I'm not going to jeopardize my health and well-being, and those that put their trust in me, right? The staff members and the nurses, and in my family, I don't want to be a disappointment. So I have to make sure that I'm protected. I'll take care of myself first. I'm not worried about what the next person got going on with their lives.
Okay. You mentioned quite a bit earlier when you were speaking with your counsel or answering questions from your counsel. You said, I get into a lot of fights, and I think you said I'm a thorn in staff's side. So I guess I'm just curious, when you talk about getting into a lot of fights, is this what we're talking about, or have there been more recent fights than the 2007 incident?
2007, I think it was the last physical altercation I ever had, like, personally. Even like afterwards, I don't want to be in any physical competition.
What do you think was the turning point for you after that 2007 incident, that, you know, I'm not getting involved anymore, I'm not stepping in?
I'm just tired. I'm just tired of you know, hurting people. Just tired of being a disappointment to my family, to the community. I'm disappointed in myself, and it's time for me to stop hurting myself and hurting other people in return. And that's why it's important for me to take that first step, you know, and ask for help. Because if I don't, I couldn't be. If I didn't ask for help, then I still would be, you know, hurting other people, right? So, and that's something I really not to want to do anymore.
Okay, I think those are all my questions relevant to this topic, so thank you. I will turn it back over to Mr. Reese.
Thanks, Ms. Brooks. So here's what I'm going to propose. The board still wants to ask a couple of questions about programming since the 2022 hearing, a couple of questions about the crime itself, and then a couple of questions about your parole plan. And then also we have the representative from the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office who's going to make a statement, and possibly a statement from Ms. Borish, as well as an opportunity for any closing arguments by Ms. Hill and yourself. So it's 12:25. I'm thinking we'll take a 10-minute break now, and I assume that'll be our final break, and then we'll resume as I outlined. If that works for everyone, we'll break until 12:35, or yeah, 12:35. All right, and we'll go off the record.
Thank you. I'm excited. We're obviously taking another break. Do you want to check in on a secured line, or how are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Just,
Again, folks can hear us. I just want to remind you.
yeah, just clarifying everything is not easy.
Yeah.
Being 100% genuine and transparency is hard,
Yeah.
but it's something that needs to be brought up, right? So
Yeah, it's important, and I'm glad that the board's asking about that, because obviously there was confusion last time. So just to
yeah.
clarify everything, I think is good for everybody involved. So I'll encourage you, again, get up, stretch your legs, use the facilities if needed, get more water. I don't know if you've eaten anything, but if you feel comfortable eating something, I don't want you to get I don't want you to be hungry during this. I think we've probably got like an hour left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I can eat.
that's fair. Okay.
just-
That is fair.
Yeah, for me, I just
It'll be there for when we're done. So yeah, get up, stretch your legs, maybe even getting out of the room for a minute might help. Just breathe. I want you to know you are doing a great job. So just keep it up.
appreciate you.
Of course, I appreciate you. I'm supporting you, and I'm very, very proud of how you're doing. I'm going to turn my mic and camera off, but I will be back at 12:40.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna stretch.
Yeah, good.
Okay, we're back on the record, and it looks like my fellow board members are back. Ms. Hill, I see you. You ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. Mixed side, let me ask you about programming, and just specifically what you've done since your last hearing in 2022. The board, in its final order back in 2022, had written that with the suggestion to you to engage in programming to help with deeper analysis into what led to your index crime. And so since the last hearing, in your materials, it noted you completed a course or program called Art of Communication and another one called Maintaining Positive Change in 2023. And I'm wondering if you could tell the board, please, what you learned from either or both of those programs and how it relates to gaining insight into your crime.
Maintaining positive change is, I guess that my counselor, Miss Green, gave to me, and we sat down and go through the package together. And what did that look like? Maintaining positive change is about surrounding myself with productive people, like-minded individuals, and disengage myself from the people that's of my past that's still engaged in those negative behaviors, and just to pivot to just associate myself with like-minded people, like my family that doesn't do drugs, or people that support the team that I have, my nursing staff members, counselors, and AICs that's on the right path on change. I surround myself with those individuals that's changing their lives. And also maintaining positive change is about recognizing what my triggers looks like, right? What my red flags looks like. Those stop signs, we call it. The things that can take me back to old behaviors. I have to recognize those warning signs on what they look like. Boredom, anger, resentment, self-doubt, all those negative thoughts that has been in my past, and recognizing those before you respond in situations. And so that way you can respond in a constructive manner. Maintain a positive change is continuing doing the work that I've been doing, and continuing making a positive change in my life and those around me, and continue to push myself and be resilient when I do have those feelings of setbacks, right? Because change is going to have setbacks, and it's how you're going to pick yourself up when go through the rough times, and that's defined on who you are going forward. And the change is not going to be easy. There's going to be challenges, and I have to learn those signs, what those challenges are in my life. For me, like we're discussing, the biggest challenge for me is just completely cut ties with gangs, right? And even my family members, I know those are red flags. I know those are signs for relapse. even thinking about using alcohol, it's a warning sign. It's a red flag. And having a green flag, is a red flag is denouncing completely all those negative things in my life. And then having green flags is focuses on what I want for my future, and like living a productive life, paying taxes, helping others, and living a life of meaning, with meaning and purpose going forward. So I have to learn how to identify those two areas in my life, so that way I can understand when those signs pop up in my head, or in situations in my life going forward.
You know, you mentioned earlier in the hearing about really cutting off connections to anyone in your family or friend group that may be gang affiliated. And I don't mean to jump ahead to your parole plan, but since you just mentioned it again, and that's addressed in that maintaining positive change, I was curious about your thoughts on, if you're released, encountering family members who may be gang associates or gang involved at social occasions, family occasions like weddings or funerals or birthdays. I know that can be really difficult for people. What's your thought? What would you do in that kind of like a family event where some of the people attending might be known to you to be gang associates or affiliates?
Like I said, family is really important to me. Having an understanding that even though they're important to me, I can't allow myself to be around that kind of environment. The toxicity of intimate birthday party, I know there's gonna be alcohol. I know there's gonna be drugs. There's not. As long as I remind myself, okay, knowing if you walk into that door, knowing that this is family, I know you love your family, but knowing that this is the substance that's gonna be in that house, you have to make a decision. What kind of decision you're gonna make going forward? What are you gonna respond? You're gonna have to learn how to set boundaries. Tell them you love them, but you can't just be around them. If they engage in those criminal activities, they're still using alcohol and using drugs, I have to remove myself from that situation. I can't be a part of that life. And like I said, family is important to me, but I also have to set boundaries for my family too, so they fully understand how serious I am about my life.
Thank you for that. Ms. Cleaver, any questions about programming?
I was a little bit curious about, where is it? The interactive journaling, the Change Company's interactive journaling. I don't think I've seen that. Something any other AIC I've talked to has been involved with. Can you just tell me a little bit about that process? How is it an interactive journaling process?
Interactive journey is pretty much writing down stuff that from day-to-day basis about what bothers you, about what's those like I said, we talk about red flags. Right? Just for instance, if I was to walk down the hallway and I see an old friend, and I would shake their hands, and other staff member would see that automatically will become a red flag, right? Because I know that if this person is a known gang member and I disassociate myself from that life, I can't associate myself with him, right? So identifying what that red flags looks like and write them down, and knowing that you have to set boundaries for yourself going forward. And those are the areas that I've always about biggest concern in my life, right? And that's something I always remind myself. those are red flags. Even during powwow, we have a lot of people in there gathering, having a feast with their family. And my sister asked me to go take pictures with groups, right? And I told my sister, I'm not doing that. She said, what you mean? I'm not going to associate myself with gang members. And my sister's like, but, you know, and it's like, no, I can't do it. You know, other people's going to look at me differently. And I can't associate myself. I have to completely cut the ties. And also, like, running journeys down, like, the change company is about recognizing all those signs, lead me back to relapse.
Okay.
So writing down even like thoughts of having a drink, you know, some days where I'm frustrated with something or somebody, and I will write down a little journal, like, okay, this is the event, this is what happened. Okay, why am I mad? Why am I frustrated? What is the reason why I'm frustrated? And what's the outcome do I want to respond? What's the outcome that's best for me? What outcome do I want going forward? So I write all those things down, like a journaling in myself. Sometimes I have hard days where like I'm bored, and those are signs of relapse. Being bored can lead to so many negative things.
Right.
So, and it can lead to, you know, engaging in negative behavior. And all those signs that they do the journaling, it helps me to reflective of how I feel on a day-to-day basis, and how to regulate my emotions, so that way I don't respond in ways where I can hurt other people's feelings. So I make sure that I remember to check myself uh, every moment of my life. Even at work, where I work, it's always chaos, right? So I had to learn how to write down, okay, I got punched in the mouth today by a patient, such and such, right? Because they have dementia.
Sorry, I froze again.
So-
It's my internet. It's so frustrating. I had a follow-up question, which is, it's just very frustrating. I had a follow-up question, which is when it said interactive journaling, I just want, so this is a process you engage in by yourself. You're not
Right.
handing it over to a counselor and then they give you feedback. It's
No.
just a process of journaling. Is that
Yeah.
my understanding?
Right.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
something that I have to, you know, journal for myself for every day.
Okay.
If I'm comfortable with sharing, and I would share, you know, just like today, I'm comfortable with
Sure.
sharing how my feelings from day to day looks like. And, you know, so like I said, you know, sometimes at work, it's sometimes just chaos at work. You know, we have dealing with dementia patients, and sometimes I get, you know, trying to help them, and then I get punched in the mouth or get punched in the face. And I've learned how to, okay, identify what just happened. You know, that then I got punched in the face because the dementia patient punched me. Okay, how do I feel? Did it hurt my feelings? Did I feel frustrated? I learned how to have to calm myself down so that I can better care for my patient. So then I write stuff down, all those feelings, jot it down, just a personal reflections of my day to day.
Okay. So, okay. So that actually brings up, so you've been assaulted during your work as a resource team member?
The resource team, not yet.
Oh, somewhere else doing
Yeah,
in the
but
infirmary?
the resource team, there are always possibility.
Okay.
Right? So at work in a hospice, in an infirmary, and yes, I have been punched on by patients because dementia is comes and goes, right? So we have to
Right.
fully understand how to best care for our patients. So I have
Okay.
to learn how to calm myself down and try to best care for them.
Right. I imagine, while it could be incredibly frustrating and trigger, anger, it must feel a little different though, getting hit by somebody who's struggling with dementia versus getting assaulted in general population. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah, it's different, way different.
Okay. And you
It's-
haven't had any trouble managing your response to that if somebody in the infirmary assaults you or goes after you?
no, not when it comes to the patient. No. And my job is to make sure that I care for them, take care of them. So with dementia patient, you never know what to expect.
Right.
So I always stay calm. Always make sure that I'm there, available for them.
Okay. Okay, that was the only question I had about your programming. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brooks.
Thank you. I actually don't have any questions on this topic. All my questions have been very thoroughly covered throughout today's hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Brooks. One thing that caught my eye when I looked at your juvenile report, kind of ancient history, 1991, you were, I think, maybe 13 years old. And it looked like in the report you talked with pride about how well you were doing in wrestling and how well your school was doing. There's also a note in the materials provided by your attorney that, although not reflected in your history officially, that you were heavily involved as a teenager in various crimes due to gang involvement. And the board's read everything about your life in Laos and coming to the United States and all the difficulties you encountered. But do you think, was there something that happened along the way as you were growing up? Was there any one thing that tipped the scales, pushing you towards where you are today as an incarcerated person? Or was it just the cumulative effect of everything that occurred? Because it just, when I read about you talking about your wrestling, I thought, well, there's a kid who maybe is on the right path, but it didn't work out that way.
No, the wrestling part was something I was really passionate about at that time in my life. And I was in about 7th grade and I started wrestling because one of my friends that I knew was involved in wrestling. So I wanted to try my hand in wrestling. And I didn't have the gears because I couldn't afford the gears and the shoes. But I tried it out anyways. And I became good at it. So I stuck with it. And then, for 2 years, from 7 to 8, I was good at what I do, wrestling. And I was prideful of that, But outside of that, it was not cut and dry. Outside of that, that structured environment that I have from my coach and my teammate, it was destructive. I was still struggle with fighting gangs in school. I was still engaged in those behaviors. And even though I was doing all those positive things in my life, and when it comes to wrestling, my family wasn't there to support me. I had to do everything on my own. For the equipment I have, I don't know. Every time I wrestle, My parents were there. I looked around. I see my teammates, parents, really supportive of what they do, but I don't have that. So and it's hard. So all you want to do is find a love for people that's supposed to love you, right? And I didn't receive that from all parents. So the only people that will accept me for what was is the people that I hang around with, and people are gravitated toward. They accept me for who I am. And there's the guys that, gangs that I got involved with. Outside of my the things that I'm proud of, and there's other things outside my life that's most destructive. And that destructive behaviors and led me to being expelled from school. And I did try my hand on going to an alternative school, but that didn't work out either. So I have nothing left to go to. I felt like I have no future. Disappointment to my family. So. But that's the only one thing that I'm ever proud of in my life. So.
In terms of the murder of Ms. Borish, it seems there's been an evolution in your admissions of responsibility. The board noted in 2015 that you tried to minimize your level of responsibility. Now I'm hearing you say that you did intend to kill her out of anger, and I'm assuming you're admitting that you knew the gun was loaded.
Right.
You pointed the gun at her body, and you intentionally pulled the trigger knowing that she would likely be killed by the gunfire, right?
Right.
What was the reason, looking back, that you had wanted to minimize what you did previously, and that you said things previously like you weren't really pointing the gun, you didn't mean to kill her? What led you to this point where you're now admitting, yeah, you did mean to kill her, and you were very angry at the time?
Well, 2015, I didn't want to accept responsibilities. Pulled out of done. And I was been blaming others, blaming the circumstances, blaming Danny, blaming Sam, blaming Benita, blaming everybody surrounding for what happened. That 2015. I didn't want to to come to terms with that I'm responsible for this. So it's easier for me to blame other people. Then today I realized that I direct my blame on people that need to be blamed. It's me. It's me all along. I made those decisions in the apartment to go to commit a crime. I made a decision to not stand up when she begged for her life. I made a decision not to even hurt her. No, I made a decision to go into the house. It was mine alone. And I made a decision when that time goes where I shot her with intention to kill her. Those are decisions that I try to avoid responsibility all my life. But now I realize that as a mature person, I have to take responsibility for everything that I've done in my life. Because every decision I made that led up to that point was mine. I come to realize that it's mine now. I have to be accountable for my actions, for my decision. Not theirs, not Joan Boris when she jumped that in back. It's not her fault. She's innocent in this whole thing. It's me. As I learned, as I go through programs, I realized that I was pointing blame in the wrong direction. And the blame is right here, sitting in front of you. And today I accept responsibility and accountability for all those choices, all decisions I made throughout my whole life. And that's something that is hard for me to accept, but it's the right thing to do. And I don't want to run from the facts any longer. The facts is I have to be accountable for my actions. And even today, every decision I make, I have to be accountable for every single decision I make today. I can't point finger at anybody else. I can't point finger at the system. I can't point finger at my neighbors. If somebody get mean and mad at me, then that's on me. He didn't force me to get mad. I made that choice to be mad. So everything starts with me. And I come to terms with that now, that my choice, my action, cost a life. I took away a mother and a woman and a daughter and a productive member of society. I made that choice and I have to be accountable for those choices. There's no room for running away from any longer. And I know that there's things that I can't take back. And I know that. And I have to live with that. And move forward with my life so I can help others. So they don't have to go down the same path that I have. If I can change somebody's life just by sharing my stories, then I honor the life of Jones. I honor my family. I honor the community that I've been hurting for so many years. And it's not hard. And it's not hard to see that in myself. And I love myself now to the point where I'm able to love myself unconditionally so I can be the best version of myself going forward.
Thank you for that. Ms. Cleaver, any follow-up questions about the crime?
I really don't have any questions about the crime. I feel like you told us the details. I noted something that you do, and I've seen it one other time in a hearing, is that you always use the victim's full name. Is there a reason? And I noticed you did it with Stacy Brown, Joan Borish, you always use their full names. I'm wondering, is that a conscious choice to use their full name, or I'm just curious.
For me, it's about remembering, and that's something that always going to be something I remember. People that I've heard, and for me to minimize not speaking their name it would be wrong in a sense. It's a constant reminder of what I've done, and putting the name on an individual help me to remind myself that what I've done is wrong.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Ms. Brooks?
I just have a couple of quick questions. During your opening statement today, you said that the murder of Miss Borish was in part due to your drug addiction issues. And I guess I'm just curious if you can explain how you think your use of substances contributed to what happened that day, because it that from the materials we have relevant to the crime, you weren't using that day. At least that's my understanding. So I'm just curious if you can explain how you think that was a contributing factor.
Even though that day I wasn't using any kind of substance, but in the past I have every day. And it's a contributing factor because I use alcohol and drugs to cope with my trauma, right? And it kind of stunted my thinking process through my childhood, you know. And drug alcohol has always been a contributing factor in every decision I make in life, you know, and mostly it's all destructive. And when I drink, I become destructive. And when I use drugs, I become destructive. And I have to bring that up because this is something that has always weighed on me all through my childhood. You know, I can't run from drug use because that's what I did growing up. I just want to bring it up to address those issues, that this is the problem that I have. You know, yes, I use alcohol. Yes, yes, I did drugs.
Okay, that was what I assumed. I just sort of wanted to hear a little bit more about that. After you committed the crime and were incarcerated, at least to my understanding, you haven't used any substances at all. I am curious what the process was for you of what was it like to stop using substances?
Oh, it was hard because everywhere I look, everybody's using it. So in prison, there's always substance around. You know, it constantly. Even today, there's a lot of substance, methamphetamine, you name anything, spice, everything is all here in the vicinity. And I just make a conscious choice. I don't want drugs to be part of my life, and that's one of the choices that I'm proud of making. But is there ever come a time where there's temptations? Yes, but I just choose not to. It's just like last week we had WA, right? I'm proud of my urine, you know. I can go and wait in line. I want to go first. Why is you so excited about taking the urine samples? Like, because I'm proud of my urine. Others can't say that.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Actually, I think the materials and the questioning has been very thorough, so I will turn it back over to Mr. Reese.
Thanks, Ms. Brooks. Just a quick question on your parole plan. The board read your plan that you submitted. Previously you told the board in an earlier hearing that you didn't know if you were ready for parole.
Right.
Are you ready for parole now?
Yes. 100% yes. I'm ready for parole now. I want to be out there and make me contribute to society.
What's the difference now, as opposed to before when you said, I'm not really sure I am ready for parole?
The reason why I said that is because it's for me at that moment in my life, right? I wasn't ready. Right? I had to be honest with myself. Yes, I wasn't ready. I didn't have the tools that I have now to be successful once I get out, right? And the reason why I said that, because this is just the truth at that time. And I had to be honest with myself. Yes, I'm not ready. I'm not ready at that time to be back with society. And that's just the honest truth at that moment. But today I can say with 100% honest, I'm ready. I'm ready to make a contribution to society. I'm ready to live a law, abide the laws. I'm ready to give back to my community. I'm ready to live a life of service to my community. In the past, I wasn't, right? I was a leech, you know, and I hate to say that, but that's the truth. I was a leech to society. You know, all thing we do is take, and never give back. And today I'm ready. I'm ready to give back to my community.
Have you been able to learn how likely or unlikely it is that you would be deported from the United States if you were released?
Well, being a law library, I kind of dig through it, the immigration, homeland security policies, and it looks like I will be going to Tacoma for the immigration process, but the highly chance of me being deported is in a lower scale because of my status. Now I'm a naturalized citizen, not a full immigration in that in so to speak. And I did research on it and I did look through it. I even told my family, like, there's a possibility that I might get deported. And they told me, they actually laughed at me about it. I said, you're not getting deported. You're too Americanized. And I'm like, that sucks. Because, you know, I kind of do want to be deported in a way. But if I was to be in America, I want to make sure that I want to be the best citizen possible in America and give the best foot forward so I can, you know, make amend to the victim's family and the community. But there's always a possibility that I might get deported. And that's something that I always can never deny. But that's just the reality of my situation.
For some people, that can be very challenging because they're being returned to a country where they're really not familiar with the culture. They don't have friends. They don't have connections. I see you do have a sister, Nina, in Laos.
Yes.
What in your mind is of the potential scenarios that you've put forth in your parole plan? In your mind, what's the best situation for you if you're released? Where do you think it would make the most sense for you to be?
I wrote out a parole plan that, most of what the knowledge I've acquired is the board always 100% chance of pushing AICs out to the county that they fell from. Is am I correct on that? Or
That is the usual practice.
and also it's just me and Brittany, we talked about. I was looking for sponsors, and if they because Portland doesn't have any kind of sponsorship, right? So she brought it up to me about Lane County, and I was like, well, I'll be comfortable with that if the board, and opinions that it would be best fit for me to go somewhere else. Because sometimes I write a plan out to go to the county that I fell from, right? And which makes sense. But also, sometimes I think what's best for me might not be best for me. Because I'm not the expert in those areas, right? And the only expert that's in those areas are right in front of me.
Ms. Cleaver, do you have any follow-up questions regarding parole?
I don't, only because I know that you have if the board were to find you likely and we go through the rest of the process, you still have a chunk of time you still have to do, and things could change so much with programs and availability. But I do appreciate, you thinking through that process and about what you would need and what supports, and what your sobriety would look like. I do really appreciate that, but I just don't have a lot of questions about it right now, given the status. Thank you, though. Ms. Brooks?
I also don't have any questions. I thought the materials provided were actually very detailed, and as a result, I don't have any questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you both. This is the time when the victim would have an opportunity under Oregon state law to make a statement to the board. And I know that periodically during the hearing, Melissa Borish has been listening in, but she's currently not observing the hearing. So I will turn to the district attorney's representative from the committing jurisdiction, which is Multnomah County, Senior Deputy District Attorney Amanda Nadell, and please address your comments to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Reese, and thank you to the board for allowing Multnomah County to participate in the hearing today. I want to be somewhat mindful of time and acknowledge that many of the committing jurisdiction's concerns here were in many ways raised through the questions that the board had posed to the AIC today anyway. So with that, just wanted to address the fact that this is the third hearing for this individual, the first, of course, being in 2015, and then again in 2022. I actually appeared at the 2022 hearing as well on behalf of the committing jurisdiction, so hopefully can provide a little bit of extra context with regard to our position today. I wanted to address two of the factors before the board for consideration. The first relating to institutional disciplinary conduct. I know there's been, excuse me, I'm also getting over a cold. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the AIC's DRs during his time incarcerated. And with regard to the attack on AIC Brown, I just wanted to let the board know that our notes indicate that at the hearing in 2015, the explanation provided by the AIC was that that attack on Mr. Brown was in order to defend his cellmate. So I know the board had questions today about whether it was actually related to the nature of why that person was incarcerated, what their criminal history was, or was it in fact defending his cellmate. But for what it's worth, our notes indicate that the previous story given at least in 2015 by the AIC was that he attacked Mr. Brown in order to defend his cellmate who was in a wheelchair. The committee jurisdiction remains concerned about the AIC's longstanding gang affiliation. I recognize that he has taken substantial steps to remove those affiliations while incarcerated, to take proactive steps to acknowledge the ties that he had and how to cut those ties. But the concern that the committee jurisdiction continues to have is that the cutting of those ties, seems to be more related to the perception. How is he being perceived by staff in the institution? How can he appear to not have the ties? And the concern is when he gets out into the community and no one's actually watching him, right? Monitoring what ties he has, reporting back to the board for these sorts of hearings. How strong, how capable is he going to be to eliminate those ties or maintain that that separation from gang-affiliated individuals, particularly the ones, as he's noted, who are in his family. The second factor I want to respond to is his maturity, stability, and demonstrated responsibility, excuse me, including the ability to demonstrate remorse. As the board already noted during questioning, there has been a substantial progression of accountability with regard to the underlying offense for which he's incarcerated and before the board today, the murder of Joan Borish. During the police interview, and I know these materials are in the board's packet, the AIC admitted to the shooting, but said he did it because he was essentially protecting his accomplice, who Ms. Borish had gotten into a headlock. He described that he didn't want to kill Ms. Borish and shot her in order to get away. I want to recognize first that she was shot multiple times. This was clearly an intentional act. And as the board already pointed out, in 2015, there was really not an acknowledgement whatsoever about the individual responsibility or taking of accountability for Ms. Borish's murder. In 2022, the AIC did acknowledge that he intended to kill Ms. Borish and explained that it was in order to get away. And at that time, the victim's family was present for the hearing, and it was acknowledged during the hearing and in the board's findings later on that that was essentially the first time that Ms. Borish's family had ever really heard any taking of accountability or an admission of responsibility in any sort of meaningful way from the AIC. So noting, of course, the progression in accountability, but it still came with this explanation that he killed her, he meant to, but it was so he could get away. Excuse me. Of particular interest in 2022, and something that wasn't necessarily explored today, is that the AIC in 2022 acknowledged that he first sort of had a recognition about the intentionality of his conduct back in 2006 or 2007, roughly, when he assaulted Mr. Brown. And there really wasn't any sort of accounting for why, if that recognition had existed so long ago, why there wasn't an accountability or a taking of responsibility in 2015, and really minimal taking of responsibility in 2022. Today, obviously, the AIC has taken more accountability and responsibility than prior hearings, telling the board that he intentionally shot and took Ms. Borish's life in a fit of anger. He was angry at her, angry at the situation. And while he is finally saying the words that I think the board has told him twice before, really needing to hear insofar as getting him to a place where his sentence could be converted to eligibility for release, the committing jurisdiction still has concerns about whether the AIC has really established actual insight into his actions that led to Ms. Borish's murder. And I want to expand upon that. You know, I don't think that there has been a clear record provided to the board today regarding how we got from the 2022, I killed her to get away explanation to today, I killed her in a fit of rage, I was angry, I intended to do so. I note that he did 2 additional programs in 2023, the Art of Communication and Maintaining Positive Change. And he explained today that the Maintaining Positive Change was essentially how to surround himself with good influences and recognizing red flags and triggers. So the record before the board and the concern of the committing jurisdiction is that there really has not been an explanation as to the progression and the taking of accountability for murdering Ms. Borish and how we got to today's statements. I mean, to put it more bluntly, the committing jurisdiction is concerned that although his insight into his accountability is trending in the direction of taking full accountability, there hasn't been enough time to really establish or ensure that he's truly demonstrating maturity and rehabilitation that would support converting his sentence, as opposed to simply learning what words the board needs to hear in order to convert his sentence. So I appreciate, again, the board's time and consideration today, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nadell. Appreciate your participation in the hearing. That brings us to the point in the murder review hearing. McSai, if you'd like to respond to anything the district attorney said, and please direct those comments to the board, and then we'll have your closing statement or Ms. Hill's closing statement on your behalf.
I have no response.
So I have a response if Mr. Reese, you don't mind, and I'll make it quick, and then McSai does have a closing statement.
Okay.
First, I do want to appreciate just the board's questioning today and the nature of sort of untangling some of the confusions that have been on the record. So I really do appreciate that. In response to the DA's statement, I will make it brief. What I will say is, McSai has done a tremendous amount of work in the past 2 years. He really took the board's advice in the BAF and really looked at himself in very deep, reflective ways. He knew that obviously he had not done enough in 2022 and did as much as he could do in the past 2 years to really reflect and, in his words, internalize the board's concerns. I said, I think that it's apparent in the record, in McSai's testimony, in our written materials. He said in 2022 that he was still at that point running away from responsibility. Again, in the past 2 years, he's really learned how to take accountability and responsibility for all of his decisions, both good and bad. And I do think that the board had did a great job in asking McSai sort of the difference and the sort of the progression of him taking accountability for his actions in the index offense. I don't think that there is a concern. I don't think anybody should have a concern about how McSai will do if he is released. he is a different person. There is no doubt in my mind that if he is released, he will maintain his positive nature and be a force for good in this world. I don't think he will be affiliated with any gang members, family, or otherwise. I think any community would be incredibly lucky to have McSai if he were released. Those are my comments. And McSai, I'll hand it over to you for the final word.
I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate for hearing me out. And I'm grateful for these opportunities. And I would let the board know that I can continue to learn and grow. And so I can be a better person going forward in my life. And I know there's a lot of areas in my life that I still need to work on. And I will continue to do so. How much time I have left, I don't know. But with that time span, I want to make sure that I continue helping others that's around me and continue mentoring these guys in here. So that way they can go out to the community and be productive members of society. If I was not to afford that opportunity, and I'm okay with that. And only my job to do right now is going forward is to make sure that I do the best I can to prepare myself to be a productive member of society when I get out, and to be of service to my community. That's the only thing I can do. I can do is work on myself and helping others, young men, to go out in society so they can live a productive life. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, McSai. Board really appreciates the effort you put into today's hearing. It's been a fairly long day for everyone, but again, Ms. Hill, we appreciate your good work on the case, and also D-Day Nadell, thank you for your attention to this case. The board is going to conclude the hearing. We'll go off the record and we will issue our decision, as I mentioned, at a later date. So that concludes the hearing, and we're off the record.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So McSai, you did great. I can schedule a follow-up call next week if you want. You can send me a message if you want. But that was a long day, so I just, take time for self-care. You did great.
Yeah, I just do my best, and that's the only thing I can do in life. So
Exactly. I'm very proud of you. I can schedule a follow-up call next week if you'd like.
oh yeah, I appreciate it.
Of course. You get some
And
rest.
Just let
Yeah.
the board know I appreciate them and their time too.
I will. You take care of yourself.
Okay.
Get something to eat. Bye.
Bye.